Thank you. You may be seated. We are back on the record in file 24-21841-FC, People versus Dale Warner. To my understanding at this point, there are some additional records to make with respect to exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor. Exhibits 194 through 198 are all admitted, subject to defense counsel's objections. The court ruled they were admissible. Same for People's Exhibit 267. Same for People's Exhibit 230, as well as People's 228.
That's correct, Your Honor. The court previously ruled about Exhibits 194 to 198 and 267. Our objection on Exhibit 230 is that because there's no date in the report, it's more prejudicial than probative. And on 228 as well, we objected just on hearsay grounds, although I believe the court indicated that was for context, and the court overruled our objection on 230. I'm just placing that on the record. Thank you.
Okay. So I think 230 is the only one that I haven't made a record of my ruling on with respect to the objection that it is more prejudicial than probative. I don't think the lack of a specific date makes it more prejudicial than probative. We do have a parameter for those dates. They would have occurred sometime after Mr. Hooper extracted data from that electronic device. I think it was the iPad. And the next time that data was extracted from that device, which was that May of 2022?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So sometime between Mr. Hooper's extraction in May of 2022, I think that is a sufficient understanding and does not make that information more prejudicial than probative, so I will overrule that objection. Anything else we need to address on the record before we bring the jury back?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
I just want to make sure that I'm good on the. Looks like we're good. Thank you.
All right, we are ready for the jury. People may call their next witness.
People call Michelle Ponchke.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit down.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Michelle Ponchke, MICHELLEPONSCHKE.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a laboratory manager for the Michigan State Police forensic laboratory in Lansing. I work in the trace evidence unit.
Okay, and what is trace evidence?
Trace evidence typically refers to small pieces of materials that can transfer easily between two surfaces. We typically analyze things like paint, glass, fibers, other materials that also can be compared to each other. We're usually comparing things that we know the source of to something that we don't know the source of to see if they could have been created by the same types of materials.
And how long have you worked there?
It'll be 13 years this coming end of March, so just under 13.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry and I have a master's degree in forensic science.
Okay. And do you have specialized training when it comes to paint analysis?
Yes, I do.
What kind of training is that?
The Michigan State Police Forensic Laboratory has an internal training program for all of the disciplines that we do in the trace evidence unit. The paint training program entails a lot of readings and analyzing various mock paint samples. I've also done a lot of comparison cases that are with known answers that trained analysts then examine my work. I also had to complete a competency case with a known answer that then I had to testify on the results in a mock court. There was also an oral test and a written test that I also had to complete and successfully pass in order to do casework.
So is that different from the annual testing that the outside company does?
Yes, so in addition to that, once I got signed off to do paint casework, I also do proficiency testing. It is part of our laboratory system that we get proficiency tested in every type of exams that we do. So we have an outside company send us cases that they know the answer to, we do not know the answer to, and we analyze the samples and report our findings in terms of whether or not the samples came from a similar source or were made out of similar materials. So I do a paint proficiency test every year. I think the first year I did one was 2015, and I have been doing one every year since then and have gotten the right answer every year.
So, you get the outside company knows the correct answer, they give you the test, and you compare the two samples. Is that how it works?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and what are your options when you're comparing two samples?
Usually the outside company provides one known sample and two unknown samples, so two question samples, and the goal is to report out whether either of the question samples could have been painted by the same paint source as the known paint sample. So it could be that both question paint samples were painted similarly to the known. It could be that one was and one was not. It could also be that neither of the question samples were similar to the known. So answers vary every year, and it rotates between architectural paint samples and automotive paint samples, so the paint samples vary every year as well.
Okay, so there's a distinctive difference between those two types of paint?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and I think you said you've done this 15 years, this testing?
No, my first test was in 2015, so it would be about 10 or 11 tests.
Okay, and your rate of success there?
100%.
Great. All right. At this point, we would tender Ms. Ponchke as an expert in paint analysis.
Court's already made its ruling. Thank you.
I had it. You will be so certified.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, I'm going to ask you some questions about paint. I mean, obviously, I think we all can know what paint is basically, but from your perspective as a chemist and a paint analyst, what do you know about paint that the general public doesn't know, generally speaking?
Sure. So paint typically is made up of a solvent, of some binders or one or more binders, additives, and maybe some other contacts, but pigments as well, sorry. So by the time that I'm analyzing it, I'm usually looking at it in its dried state, so the solvent at that point has evaporated, in which case I'm looking at the binder, additives, and pigments, and I'm using various types of instrumentation to compare those binders, pigments, and additives to see if they could be similar to each other or characterize them, as it were. So paint has a lot of different features to it that we can analyze and compare, and also is mass produced, so one type of paint cannot be absolutely identified as the source of another type of paint because it is so mass produced, but we can determine whether paints are similar or dissimilar because they can be made so specific for their uses.
Okay. And just for the record, I'm showing the witness people's proposed 300. So you already covered this a little bit, but what is the purpose of you comparing paint samples?
The purpose of comparing paint samples usually is to verify whether a question or known sample could have been painted similarly. It also can be used to corroborate witness statements or eyewitness statements. We also are using it as characterization, so sometimes there's, agencies just want to know what type of paint it can be, so we can just use our instrumentation to verify the types of paints that are present in various places, so it can be used as kind of an investigative lead. In cases of hit and runs, if automotive paint is left behind, we can analyze that paint and characterize it and determine using databases what type of vehicle that paint could have come from too.
Okay. All right, and as you are doing your analysis, what are you actually physically working with?
I am physically working with actual chips of the paint. It can be in the form of paint that I remove from various places. I've been given actual car parts to remove paint from, or I've gone out and removed paint from various sources myself. It also could be chips that an agency has sampled themselves from various places. So can vary in size, but typically I'm looking at paint chips of one or more layers depending on how many times the actual source has been painted. So they can be very, very small, or they can be larger samples depending on what the source is.
Okay. And then you already mentioned there's a difference between automotive and architectural paint. Are there other types of paint that you can put in general categories?
Yes, there's also types of paint that we can talk about in terms of like mechanical paint, so tools. Think about your pry bars or other tools that you would have in your garage or your barn. Those can be painted and have a different type of paint. Another type could be non-automotive, so paint that's on boats or scooters or other types of forms of transport, bicycles, that's another type of paint. When I'm looking at paint, I usually categorize it as automotive or non-automotive because that's the easiest, because other types of paint can be used in other forms, and original finish automotive paint typically is only found on automotives.
All right, so you said that you are physically looking at chips of paint. How do you get those samples?
They can be delivered to me by an agency submitting evidence. Like I said, I also can go retrieve some of that evidence, either by going to a vehicle or going to a scene of a crime or other places and obtaining that paint myself. Additionally, I received clothing from victims of hit and runs, and their clothing can be scraped down to determine if there's any paint chips on their clothing that we can then use for analysis.
All right, so let's talk about the chips themselves. Is this slide indicating the size of the chips that you might be looking at?
Yes, so this demonstrates paint chips that could have been removed or were removed from debris. So like I said, clothing can be scraped down. There's a lot of debris that comes off of that clothing. It can be dust particles, fiber particles. If they had been outside, a lot of plant material can be on them too. I look through that debris and pull out any potential paint chips to look at further. So this slide demonstrates various paint chips that were removed and placed on a glass slide, kind of to give you an idea of how small some of those paint chips can be.
And again, is this further blown up?
Yes, so that's those same paint chips on that slide, but further zoomed in.
Okay, and again, you just zoom in a little bit more?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All right, so how do you go about, once you have your samples, how do you go about actually doing the comparison?
So a comparison involves a lot of various steps. The first step is usually microscopy or visual examination that can be done with the aid of microscopy, because like you saw, most times I'm looking at paint chips that can be very, very small. So while I can see them with my naked eye, a microscope can help a lot. So usually doing a microscope or a visual examination via microscope first. It can be using an individual microscope or a comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is basically two microscopes with a bridge across, so I can see two different stages of a microscope at the same time and compare qualities of paint chips to each other. Then moving on, if all of these samples look similar to each other, I don't see any differences, I move on to other steps of visual examinations. One step involves fluorescence, so looking at the fluorescence properties of the paint samples. Do they fluoresce? Do they not fluoresce? Are they fluorescing similarly to each other? Again, looking for any differences. If I don't see any differences, I move on and continue moving on through my analytical scheme that then includes instrumentation, that then looks at chemical components of the paint, actually looking at chemical bonds, elemental data, and every step I'm looking for differences in ways that I can rule out whether or not these paints could be similar or dissimilar. As long as I don't see any differences, I continue moving on with my analytical scheme until I run out of instrumentation to use.
Okay. All right, let's go over some of those in a little bit more depth. You talked about microscopy. Can you explain with this slide what we're looking at?
So this is a paint chip that was photographed with the use of microscopy. So on the top, you can see this is an automotive paint chip. So you see all that decorative flake, which is used to give your car that shine and impart color to it. So at the top, that K1 image shows the top-down view of a paint chip, and the image on the right, the K1 with the 4 layers exposed, shows what I am actually looking at when I do a comparison, which is exposing all of the layers of the paint chip and then comparing that to another paint chip if possible. If this was the only paint chip I had, or an agency just wanted to know what kind of year, make, model this could have come from, I would only be looking at this and assessing the various layers and analyzing each individual layer to characterize them. In terms of a comparison, I would probably have another chip that hopefully is similar in color and similar in layer sequence, and I would be comparing and looking at each individual layer of that sample as well.
Okay, so first step, visual microscopy. And if you were trying to compare a known and an unknown sample, and you saw differences between the two, what would you conclude, if anything?
I would conclude that they did not originate from the same source, at least as represented by the known, because all I know usually about the known is the paint sample given to me. So I can't assess the entire known, but I can assess the known as the paint chip is given to me. So as represented by that paint chip, the question could not have originated from that known.
Okay. And at that point, if you say these can't be from the same source, what do you do?
I would stop my analyses, and that would be the end of it.
Okay. And if you can't distinguish, what do you do at that point?
If I could not distinguish differences between them, I would continue on with my analysis. So when I had said hopefully they're similar, that means I just meant that hopefully if I've got 2 paint chips, I like doing my work, so I like keep going. But if they are different at that point, I would cease, and that would be the end of my analysis. If they are similar in all layers, in layer sequence, color, thickness, things like that, then I would keep going.
And what do we have here?
So this is an example of a microscope that I use in the lab. It's called a stereo microscope. So it provides a high power magnification to look at paint chips under, with a camera on top to take photos as needed. So at this stage of my analysis, I'm looking at various qualities of the paint chip. How thick is it? How many layers does it have? What colors are the layers? Things like that.
All right, so if we're past step 1, what is step 2?
So step 2 would be additional microscopy, but on a higher magnification scale, so I could see more details. This particular slide shows cross sections of various paint samples, so I would now, that previous image that showed the layers exposed, another way to look at it would be in cross section, so I could see all of the layers at once. So these images show an example of an automotive sample and an architectural sample of paint, so you can see all of the various layers that I would be looking at and potentially comparing to another paint chip if I had another paint chip to compare to.
Okay. Is this an example of a comparison?
Yes, so at this stage, this would be looking under a stereo microscope. There's a K or known sample, as we previously saw, and then there are 2 Q or question paint samples that we don't know the source of, so the goal is to determine could they be similar to the known. Visually looking top down, they do indeed look similar because of the color, because of the flake distribution, because of the colors of the flake within that color layer. So at this point, I would not be able to tell the difference between those samples. However, when exposing the layers, the known paint sample has a medium gray layer in the middle. The Q1 sample also has that layer and has a similar set of layers. The clear, that decorative flake layer, and this medium gray, as well as that dark gray layer. The Q2 sample, however, has a much lighter gray layer there, which is dissimilar in color. So at that point, I would say that Q2 is not similar to K1, and I would not be examining Q2 any further.
So I got a little bit ahead of myself. All that we just talked about was under the stereo microscope, correct?
That is correct,
And
yes.
that's still, that was all step one.
Correct.
Okay, so you get through the end of that process, you can't distinguish, now we go on to step two.
Correct.
Okay, great. Describe what step two is.
So the next further step would be using a comparison microscope. Like I described, this image on the left here shows the comparison microscope, two microscopes with a bridge across the top, so I can visually examine two microscope stages at the same time. The image on the right is an example of an image taken under a comparison microscope, so that is indeed two different samples that are photographed at the same time under the same magnification. So I can compare under high power magnification using a polarized light microscope, because that's what the two sides of our comparison scope are made up of, which just provides higher contrast, because I'm now looking under very high magnification, so not much light is coming through. So providing higher contrast to see more specific characteristics of the paint. So now I'm comparing side by side a question and known sample, and at this point I could be comparing cross sections, but I also can be comparing actual samples of individual layers of paint as well.
So the left and the right image here that you're looking at, are you saying those are the same or dissimilar?
Those would be considered similar.
Similar, okay. And what other kinds of things can you do with the polarized light microscopy?
So the image on the left is another display of a comparison under polarized light microscopy. As you can see, the sample on the left is black paint, but it also has these blue spots throughout. So that's a characteristic that I would be looking at in the question sample. And the sample on the right there is also black paint, but does not have those blue spot characteristics throughout. So at that point, I would say I think these are different, but I'm going to keep looking because I'm already at the microscope, so I'll look for any other dissimilarities. So then the image on the right then shows these two paints under crossed polars. So if you think about your polarized sunglasses, you're now adding more contrast to it to see any other particular characteristics that might show up better under cross polarization. These particular samples do not have any characteristics that show up better under cross polarization, but it's just an example of another feature that I can use under the microscope to compare samples. I can also do fluorescence. So these are the exact same two black paints examined under various fluorescent lighting conditions. So I'm looking at the color of the fluorescence and the strength of the fluorescence to see, do they fluoresce similarly, similar in color, or similar in brightness. These fluoresce slightly differently. The sample on the left consistently fluoresces a little bit brighter than the sample on the right, which I would say is probably a difference that I would note, but because I have already determined that they have those blue flakes in the known sample that were not in the question sample, this is another reason why I would say that these are from different sources.
Okay, so now is that the end of the second method that you would use to distinguish between paints?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So again, you get there, you see a difference in the known and the unknown. What do you do?
If I see differences, I would stop my examination.
Okay, and if you don't?
And if I don't, I would keep going and move on to instrumentation.
Okay. And is that what the FTIR is?
Yes, so Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, or FTIR, is examining the actual chemical bonds of the paint. So when I'm analyzing paint, I'm directing an infrared light at the paint sample, and any chemical bonds that can interact with infrared light result in a spectrum with peaks. So each individual peak corresponds to chemical bonds within the sample. So if they have different chemical bonds, their spectra would look different. And if they have all of the same chemical bonds, at least chemical bonds that interact with infrared spectroscopy, their spectra would look identical.
So the first few steps you were actually looking visibly, can I visibly distinguish? And now we're like, can we chemically distinguish?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the instrument that you would use?
Yes.
Okay. And could you explain the graph?
Yeah, so this is an infrared spectrum of a sample of yellow paint from a pry bar. So this is an example of the peaks that I was referring to. All of the peaks are pointing down, and each peak corresponds to a wave number or a specific number that corresponds to a chemical bond. So I can determine what the chemical makeup of the paint is based on these peaks.
Okay. And so again, just to be clear for the jury, the peaks are actually the down. So for example, and you tell me this, looking here at 1750 on the scale, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I believe the peak is labeled 1722. My eyesight is correct. But each peak that has a label pointing off of it, 1723. Okay. So yeah, the points down are the peaks.
Okay. And you know from your training and experience what that means, that they have a down peak right there?
Yes, so that particular wave number corresponds to a carbon-oxygen double bond.
And the same with all the other downward peaks?
I couldn't say for sure for every single individual peak. I know some characteristic ones, and in certain areas what peaks correspond with what. The 17 one is a very common one, so I know that one very well. But I couldn't tell you exactly which chemical bonds react or correspond with each individual one, but I do know many of them.
Okay, thank you. All right, and what do the circles represent here, the ovals, I guess?
So these are calling out the individual peaks that I use to help me determine that this paint is made up of a terephthalic alkyd that has urethane modification. Yeah, so that's the binder of this particular paint sample.
Okay.
This spectrum also points out that the paint also contains kaolinite and titanium dioxide and calcium carbonate. That was the other one. So those particular peaks that are circled help me characterize it, the additives that are present in that particular paint.
Okay, so I think this one was binders,
Correct.
and this one is additives?
Correct.
Okay. And what about this one?
So this is a comparison between two pry bars. So each individual spectrum is corresponding to a different sample of pry bar paint. There are no differences between these two spectra, so at this point I would continue on with my analyses if I was comparing these two paints, because I cannot tell the difference via infrared.
And what's different here?
So in this case, these two spectra, also from two separate yellow pry bars, have the same binder, so they're both made up of terephthalic alkyds, but they have different additives. So in general, these spectra look very similar, but they're ultimately different because they contain different additives. So there are different peaks that correspond to those additives that are present in one and are not present in the other.
So is there an imaginary dividing line between the left and the right side of this slide?
What do you mean by imaginary?
So it just looks like the ones on the right are more different than the peaks on the left.
It just corresponds with various chemical bonds, so I would say that there's more chemical bonds that are represented on the right side of the spectrum that are what are causing me to say that they're different.
Okay. And what do the circles and the oval represent here?
So as previously discussed, one of the spectrum contain kaolinite, which are those two peaks off to the left that are in one sample and are not present in the other, so that's a difference. This also shows that one of the samples contains barium sulfate, which are those two peaks off to the right that are present again in one sample and not the other. And because these are both two different types of additives that are present in one sample and not present in the opposite, that means these two paint samples are different.
Okay, what about this slide?
This slide shows, again, two paint samples. One is from a pry bar and one is a sample of questioned yellow paint, so paint we don't know the origin of. And in a comparison between these two, I would say they are different because they have different binders and additives, so nothing about these paints are similar except for maybe their color.
All right, so we're on to another step now, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so again, same thing. If you can't distinguish between the two, now we're here to scanning electron microscopy, energy dispersive spectroscopy.
Correct.
Okay. Could you explain that to the jury?
Yes, so SEM EDS is an easier way to say that. At this point, I'm comparing samples under a very high power microscope that uses an electron beam to create an image. That electron beam interacts with the sample, and electrons and X-rays eject from the sample, and I measure those using the instrumentation. Those energies that eject from the sample very much correspond to particular elements. So using that instrumentation, I can determine what actual chemical elements are present in each paint sample.
Okay. And is this the SEM EDS here?
Yes.
Okay. And then the image on the right, what is that?
That is a cross-section of an automotive paint sample that was generated by the scanning electron microscope. As you can see, it's all black and white or grayscale because the image is generated by electrons. So if you've seen an image of a very zoomed in fly head, that was probably an image taken under an SEM. However, if you've seen it in color, that color is imparted later because the image itself generated by the microscope is in grayscale.
And is this a readout from that instrument?
Yes, so this is the energy dispersive spectrum of a layer of paint. So now the peaks are pointing upwards, but each peak corresponds to a specific element on the periodic table.
Okay. So what elements are present here?
Looks like carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, sodium, aluminum, silicon, sulfur, titanium, barium, and iron.
And those are represented by the peaks.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All right. And so is this a comparison then?
Yeah, so I would analyze both paints and compare their spectra and overlay them, as you can see here, to show that these paints are either similar or dissimilar, and in this case, these paints are similar. They have the same elemental content, and the peaks are of similar ratios, indicating that the same elements are present in likely the same amounts.
Okay. And tell us how this is optimized for discrimination.
So each step of my analytical scheme is used to determine are there differences. And as I keep going, I'm using more destructive techniques that then are pulling at more and more information about the paint that can provide more detailed information about the paint, is what I should say. So adding more and more instrumentation gives more information about the paint that then can give me a better idea of whether or not they are from different sources. So going from visual examinations, do they look similar, down to now the elemental content, are they made up of the same stuff? If they were dissimilar at previous steps, obviously, like I said, they would be done with the exam, but once we get down to the elemental level, it's harder to say whether or not they could have come from different sources, because they're, at that point, I only use exams that show they're made up of similar content.
All right, so as you reach your conclusions, what are some examples?
So we use an association scale in the trace evidence unit when we're comparing materials. So one of the examination conclusions could be that they're dissimilar, so they did not originate from the same source, which would be an exclusion. I could also say that they're similar to one another, and that they could have originated from the same source or any other source that is similar to this, because like I had said, paints are mass produced, so there are other possible sources of this paint that are also similar that I could not differentiate. It's also possible that I can't reach a conclusion, or samples are too small to do the entire analytical scheme on, in which case I can't reach a full conclusion.
All right, so you mentioned that you kind of have an association scale, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, can you explain how that works?
So when I complete my analyses, I report out my findings, and each report includes a conclusion with something from the association scale to kind of clarify what that conclusion means. So like I said, two paints that are dissimilar to each other on our scale is an exclusion. They did not originate from the same source. There's other levels of association. So two paints that are similar to each other would fall at the middle of that scale, which is a level 3 association, which means that these two paints are similar to each other. In all of the exams that I conducted, I cannot tell the difference between these two paints. However, again, because they're mass produced, there are other sources that could also be indistinguishable from these paints.
Okay, so this is used by the Michigan State Police, your unit?
That
across
is
the board?
correct.
Okay. So let's talk about the specific. So you said that 3 is when you cannot tell the difference. What would be the difference between a 3 and a level 1?
So a level 1 is used when the paints can be physically fit back together, kind of like puzzle pieces. We call that a physical fit. At that point, we would identify that these paints we would say that this known source is identified as the source of the question paint because they fit together. That fit would not be expected between any other paint sources, or two paint samples, I apologize. So that can only happen when we have a physical match between two paint sources.
Okay, so is this an example of that?
Yes, so on the left we have an image of a vehicle hood that had paint missing from it, and various paint chips have now been fit back to the hood. The image on the right is a zoomed in image of that to show a paint chip lined up with the hood, so you can see that the edges align, that there are scratches or striations that also correspond across that crack. So at this point, an analyst would say that that is a physical fit, and that question paint chip originated from the hood.
So you've got a top piece and a bottom piece, correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that one of those is from maybe the scene of a hit and run, and the other one is from the car you're trying to match to. Is that about right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then because it matches up perfectly, you're saying this came from that car.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any other way to get a level 1 match? Association, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. So again, what's level 2 now?
So level 2 is a high degree of association. This means that, again, the paints are similar in all examinations performed, but there's a little bit more about the paint that's more rare in the population that they represent. So an example that's provided is samples that have a lot of different layers and are maybe of different colors, or are just more unique in the population that wouldn't be expected between other possible, other known sources.
Okay. So is this an example of that?
Yes, so that's an image of, under the comparison microscope of two paint samples from a vehicle. There was suspicion that two vehicles came in contact with each other and paint transferred between the two vehicles. So one sample is the known paint from one of the vehicles, and one is a question paint sample from another vehicle that possibly came in contact with the known vehicle. And the clear layer is hard to see under these lighting conditions, but that sample, both samples actually are made up of 9 layers of paint, which is not common in automotive paint. So because both samples have 9 layers of paint and each individual layer of paint is similar, was similar under all examinations performed, this makes it a little bit more unique of an association in that there are more layers that are similar, and 9 layers in an automotive paint sample is not common in automotive paint.
Okay, and so just so we're clear, this what looks like a space between different paint samples. You're saying that is not air?
Correct, that is a clear layer of automotive paint.
Okay, and same for this layer down here?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so what makes this a level 2 is that you've got not just one, but multiple different layers that all match up in terms of their analysis.
Not only that, but because of the population that they originate from, automotive paint, the 9 layers is what makes it a bit more unique.
Okay. All right, so you're saying, I think you already mentioned that a level 3 association, excuse me, is when you can't distinguish. You go through all of your steps, the 5 steps that we talked about, the visual steps, the chemical steps. You can't distinguish. That's where we're at level 3?
Correct.
Okay. And then are you able to tell, for example, like at a level 3 association, the manufacturer of the paint?
No.
And are you able to tell within a manufacturer, if you know like the manufacturer of it, are you able to tell like the batch that this came from?
No.
Okay. All right, so let's go over level 4 and level 5.
So level 4 is a limited association, which means that all of the exams were indeed similar. It's just that there's something about them that, about the samples that makes the paint a little bit more common in the population, or that there was something about the sample, maybe one of the question sample was smeared onto a surface, so it's a little bit harder to examine and compare, which makes the association a bit more limited because I can't measure or examine as many properties as I would like about it. A level 5 is an inconclusive, which means that there are differences between these samples, but I can't assess if these differences are due to them being of different sources, or if there's differences because of things like contamination or because of the source of where these samples originated from, things of that nature.
Okay. So if like paint had dirt in it when it was applied, would that be something that would make it inconclusive?
That could be a reason, yes.
Okay. All right, and there are a couple other results that you could return with?
Yes, so these are outside of the associations. Unsuitable for comparison means these samples, I can't draw a conclusion between the two because these samples aren't suitable to be compared to each other. Elimination means that these samples did not originate from the same source, they're different. Inconclusive non-association means that there are dissimilarities between the two samples, and there's limiting factors that prevent me from determining how important these differences are, and it's a safer bet to say that it's inconclusive.
Okay, thank you. All right, now let's turn to this case. Did you examine the tank that's at issue in this case, tank 34?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I collected various paint samples from one end of the tank. I was informed that one end of the tank had been suspected of being welded and painted, so I collected paint samples from that particular end of the tank, and along the length of the tank, I believe I collected 6 or 7 samples in total.
Okay. Secretary, could you get Exhibit 237, please? Not 237, 301. And hand it to the witness, please. Sure. If you could open it for her. Looking at people's 301. You recognize those things?
Yes, so People's Exhibit 301 is an envelope labeled container LV6. It contains various envelopes that I would have collected. So I have LV6A through G, which are all samples that were collected from the tank.
Okay, so how many in total?
A, B, C, D. So that's seven.
And you said that you had been informed that there was a weld that was in question, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, did you take any very close to that weld, any of those samples?
Yes, there are 2 samples that were each taken within an inch or 2 of the weld on either side.
Okay, and do you know which ones those are?
LV6B and LV6E were both from the weld, or near the weld.
All right, and then did you look at the, how did you get the paint off of the tank to those samples?
I use a scalpel, basically trying to collect all the way down to the surface of the tank if possible. Different scalpel for every paint sample, trying to get down to the surface, collecting all of the layers and scraping it into these individual paper packets.
Okay. And were there multiple layers when you scraped with the scalpel?
I couldn't tell when I was actually scraping, but in my exams later, I could determine that yes, there were multiple layers in several of these samples, yes.
Okay. And just referring to the top layer, did you compare the top layers of the samples?
Yes, I analyzed the top layer of the white paint on each of these samples.
And what did you find?
They were all similar to one another. The white paint that was the top layer of each of these individual 7 samples were all chemically similar to each other.
Okay. And then B and E, was there any difference between those samples, the ones next to the weld, and the other 5?
Items LV6B and LV6E had an additional layer that I did not see present in the other samples. There were multiple layers of white paint on most of these samples. However, there was a layer of like a light gray layer that was intermixed within the other layers of paint on items LV6B and E.
Okay, and you say light gray, is that, you observe that color under the microscope?
Yes, so to the naked eye it would probably look white, but under the microscope it looked gray when compared to other white layers.
Okay, and just on those 2, not on the other 5?
Correct.
Okay. Did you compare those samples to some paint sticks?
Yes.
Okay. Detective Dreer, if you could give her 239, 296, 297, and 298. You recognize those?
Yes.
Okay. And what are they?
People's Exhibit 239, 296, 297, and 298 are stir sticks that I received to analyze. Each one, I believe, was obtained from a different paint can or different source of paint.
Okay. And can you tell which source of paint is associated with each of those sticks?
There's a piece of paper with each stir stick that describes where they were obtained from. People's Exhibit 239, the paper involved says sample number 1 taken from item number 163, paint can number 1.
Okay, and what about 296?
296 says sample number 2 taken from item number 163, paint can number 2.
And 297?
Sample number 3 taken from item 163, paint can number 3.
And 298?
Sample number 4 taken from item number 164, clear plastic container with green lid.
Did you also examine excuse me, a lid from a trash can?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Detective Dreer, could you give her 237? Okay, go ahead. Okay. Yes. Do you recognize what's in what's People's 237?
Yes, People's Exhibit 237 is a trash can lid that I examined.
And you specifically the paint from that lid?
Yes, so I sampled an area of paint from the trash can lid.
Okay. And so what things that you have up there right now did you compare against each other?
So samples from LV6, the top layer of paint was analyzed, and because the top layer of paint chemically was similar amongst all of the samples, only one of the samples then was used to further compare to the stir sticks.
Okay.
So I used LV6A as a representative sample of that top layer of paint, and chemically analyzed, visually analyzed, did all of my analytical scheme, and compared the top layer of white paint to each of these stir sticks first, and then compared to a sample of white paint on the trash can lid.
Okay, and so when you compared LV6A from the tank to stir stick number 1, which is People's 239, what did you find?
People's Exhibit 239, the stir stick number 1, was similar in all examinations performed to that top layer from LV6A.
Okay, and so does that give you a association level?
Yes, so that corresponds to a level 3 association.
Okay. So now comparing the tank sample, LV6A, to stir stick number 2.
To clarify, People's Exhibit 296?
296, yes, thank you.
So People's Exhibit 296 was also similar in all examinations performed to the top layer of LV6A.
Okay. So also level 3?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so now as compared to number 3, which is People's 297.
People's Exhibit 297 was dissimilar to the uppermost white layer of LV6A. So that was an elimination.
Okay, so that paint that came from that stick was not used to paint the tank,
That top layer, no.
the top layer, right? Okay. And then the stick from 298, the plastic container.
People's Exhibit 298 was also dissimilar to the top layer of LV6A, so also an elimination.
Okay. Now, you also said you compared the tank, LV6A, to the trash can lid, which is People's 237. Did you make an association there?
Yes, a sample of paints that I removed and analyzed from People's Exhibit 237 was also similar in all examinations performed to that top white layer of LV6A.
Okay. So the top layer of the tank, paint sticks number 1 and 2, which is 239 and 296, and the lid 237, all 3 of them had a level 3 association. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, again, I just want to get your opinion on, do you know, does that mean for sure that the paint can that those sticks are samples of, is that a match to the tank or something else?
No, that's not a match, because the match would be that these samples physically fit together. These samples are similar to one another, so they have the same chemistry, they have the same binders, pigments, and additives. However, there are other samples, other paint sources that could also be similar.
So the paint from the can that matches stick number 1, you're saying it could have been used to paint the tank?
Yes,
Okay, but it could have been some other paint that was similar in visual inspection and all the chemical properties.
that is correct, yes.
And do you know how many other paints there are in the world that would meet that criteria?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you know if it's if can number 1 is a Rust-Oleum? Do you know how many cans of Rust-Oleum paint were made that match that can number 1?
No, I do not.
Okay. And do you know whether there's another manufacturer that uses a similar enough process to make a paint that would be indistinguishable from the Rust-Oleum can?
I do not know.
Okay. So you're saying that it could have been used, that can of paint, but you don't know for sure, but there could be some other paint.
Correct.
Okay. Did you make any reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. All right. That's all I had at this time. Thank you. Oh, here they are. Here underneath. All right, showing you it's been marked as people's 202, 203, and 253.
People's Exhibit 202, 203, and 253 are all reports I authored in this case.
Okay. And we would move for admission of those at this time. Oh, we already did. Thank you. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Punchke, good morning.
Good morning.
So I want to take you to a report that is not in evidence, I believe, and that's the report that you used when you went to the scene. So you went to the scene on February 25th, 2025. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And if you need to review that report, please let me know. And then that's when you sampled some of the paint, correct?
Yes,
And you chose the places to use your scalpel to take the paint off.
correct.
Ms. Saylor, would you pull up Exhibit 100, which is our page 105, please? And I'm going to ask you to show us where you pulled the paint samples from. Well, while that's coming up, I'll ask you a few other questions and then we'll go back to that. So when you were doing your work, sorry, I just wanted to make sure you were looked like you were kind of organizing things up there. Some paint adhered to the plastic wrap. So there was plastic wrap around the tank, is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
And then some paint adhered to the plastic wrap when it was taken off?
Yes.
You didn't use those samples though, correct?
No, there were areas of the tank where paint did remove from the tank onto the plastic wrap. However, those areas were noted, and areas sampled from included not those areas as much as possible, so that samples taken of the tank were as representative as possible.
And then also, there were some stickers on the side of the tank?
That is correct, yes.
And then some of those stickers were peeled back as well, correct?
I don't recall.
So would looking at a copy of your transcript when you earlier testified be helpful?
Yes.
And I apologize, Ms. Saylor, I believe that you took up the transcript, but I should ask you to take up the report. So if you want, there you go.
Yes, so some stickers peeled back once the plastic wrap was removed.
So this tank had been wrapped in plastic. When the plastic was removed, some paint was removed. You said that, correct?
Correct.
And then also some of the stickers pulled back as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you mind retrieving that? Thank you. Now, Ms. Saylor has pulled up the tank. Thank you. In the back is where, up against the wall, is where that repair weld was. So can you recall from looking at this where you took your samples? And are you looking at a report to help refresh your memory?
No, actually, sorry. Can I look at the actual paint samples themselves?
Sure, absolutely, yes. We
So-
just have to note on the record if you're referring to something that's not from your memory. So go ahead.
Understood. So items LV6A, LV6B, I believe just LV6A and B were obtained from this side of the tank that you can see in this image. LV6B would have been taken from closer to the weld above that War Ag sticker. And LV6A says it was taken directly above the sticker, the War Ag sticker.
So those were on this side of the tank. And then, so that's A and B.
Correct.
Then we have C, D, E, and F and G. So you took 7 total.
Yes.
So those were from the other side of the tank?
They were either from that end cap of the tank or on the other side of the tank, yes.
So when you say end cap, are you talking about the end cap that's closer to 34? Would you zoom in on that, Ms. Saylor? Are you talking about that end cap?
No, I apologize. I'm talking about the other end cap where it was suspected of being welded.
So which one was taken from that end cap?
Items LV6C and LV6D were both taken from the actual cap itself.
So C and D were taken from the end cap. A and B were taken from above that War Ag sticker. And then the other 3 you say were taken from the on the other side of the tank?
That is correct.
The tank that's the side that's not visible to us in that photograph?
That is correct.
Great, thank you. So then the lab reports that Mr. McCready discussed. So lab report number 12, which I think is what you might be referring to when you were looking at the paint samples. So lab report number 12 was completed on June 25th, 2025, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you received the items on February 25th, 2025.
That was when the paint samples were collected from the tank, yes.
Thank you. So A to G, those are the samples taken from the tank, and I think you said they're all similar to one another, correct?
The top layer was similar
The
to one
top
another.
layer. Okay, great, and we'll get to that. And then they were dissimilar, though, to 17 and 18. So that would be can 3, and then the lid, or excuse me, the container. There was a Tupperware container?
Samples 3 and 4.
Yes.
So samples 3 and 4 correspond to my items 17 and 18, and yes, the top layer of the white paint from these LV6 items were dissimilar to those items.
So essentially you had 3 paint cans, and I know you didn't have the physical cans themselves, they were stir sticks. But so you had 3 paint cans and then like a little Tupperware container that had paint in it. And so the Tupperware container and can 3, you said were dissimilar, but you thought these were similar to cans 1 and 2, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. And then I know you went through the association level, so you reached a level 3 association, indicating that items are consistent and could have originated from the same source, or they could not have originated from the same source.
They could have originated from any source that is similar in all characteristics.
So they all could have come from can 1, right?
Correct.
Or they all could have come from can 2,
That is correct.
or they all could have come from another can.
That is similar to cans 1 and 2, yes.
Thank you. So then you conducted further testing. And that would be report 13. And you received items on March 10th, 2025. You completed the items on July 23rd, 2025, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And this is a situation where you are looking at the layers of the paint?
No, I believe this report included the comparison to the trash can lid, or
Oh.
People's Exhibit
Correct.
237.
Oh, correct. Okay. So you had the trash can lid. That was added in addition to the plastic container and then the paint stir sticks, correct?
Correct.
And then you did this analysis and again came up with a level 3 association, correct?
That is correct.
And then we move on to lab report 14. That's the one where you were looking at the layers, correct?
That is correct.
And that's the one you received items on October 7th, 2025. You did your analysis on January 22nd, 2026, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's the one where they had different, there were different layers, right?
Yes, in this examination, I was looking at the actual layers of items LV6B and E.
So B and E, which are the ones that you would say were probably closest to the repair weld, right?
Correct.
B had a layer of white and gray,
That is correct, yes.
and E had a layer of white, gray, white, and white.
That is correct, yes.
And then you did lots of testing, but at the end, the results were, you came up with 5 different results for testing: elimination, elimination, inconclusive association, elimination, and elimination, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you were comparing those various layers to 15 and 16, which are the sticks. Is that accurate?
I was comparing to all of the stir sticks.
All of the stir sticks. Okay, thank you. And that additional testing, did you decide to do that or did somebody ask you to do that?
I was requested to do that. I had, after completing the 2 prior reports, so People's Exhibit 202 and 203, I had advised Detective Dreyer that I had seen additional layers of paint and asked if it would be helpful for me to analyze those layers of paint and do further comparisons, and he requested that I do them.
Thank you. Now, is there a level of subjectivity to the paint analysis?
I don't believe so, no.
So when you're looking at the peaks, is there anything that 2 reviewers or 2 examiners might look at that and come up with a different analysis?
I don't believe so, no.
Were there any different peaks in this case where you had to make a subjective opinion?
No, there were not.
Were there any different peaks in this case at all?
Depending on the paint samples, yes.
Okay, so talk to me about that.
So, of the known stir sticks, People's Exhibit 239 and 296 were chemically similar to one another, so I could not tell the difference between those two, including their infrared peaks. People's Exhibit 297 and 298, they were dissimilar to the other two People's Exhibit 239 and 296. So I was able to categorize the stir sticks into 3 categories essentially. So I was provided 4 stir sticks, and there were 3 different chemistry profiles, let's say, that originated from the analysis of those 4 stir sticks.
So let me ask you a specific question. A is the from the tank, and 16 is the stir stick for can 2, correct?
Correct.
Now, what does this mean? Spectre of item LV6A and item 16 had an inversion in their 1385 centimeter-1 peaks, making it look like there were 2 peaks in that region. It has been determined under CR number 12 that this was due to a 1385 centimeter-1 peak appearing in the background being subtracted out of these spectra. What does that mean?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. And do you want to see that?
That would be very helpful, yes.
Great. It's page 91, please. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
So you're the analyst, correct?
Correct.
I saw that. And so you typed those words, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so tell us what they mean.
So an inversion means that instead of the peaks going down, there's peaks going up, which is not something that happens frequently, but can happen. Usually that means there's background interference on the instrument. So I can diagnose that as an issue with the background itself, and not necessarily an issue, but something that can occur on the instrument. And because I can see that it happened in the background, and I can see that there are peaks that are inverting in both spectra, or even in one spectra, I can figure out that it came from the actual background that I collect prior to analyzing samples, in which case I know why those peaks are inverting, because that's taking it from the background and adding it to the spectrum.
Is there another reason why peaks might invert?
It's very possible, but not that I'm aware of.
So you made that determination that this was something that was related to background, correct?
Yes, correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, when we're talking about your analysis, you'd agree with me that you cannot come up with an error rate because you don't know the universe of paint cans that could be similar to the samples that you took from the tank, correct?
That is correct.
And I think when you were talking to Mr. McCready, you were very candid. You have absolutely no idea how many cans of Rust-Oleum exist in the world, right?
That is correct.
And there's not, is there a way for you to find that out? Can you ask the manufacturer?
It's possible, but I don't think they would be very frank about how many cans they've created in the past year or so, so I did not.
And you don't know when these cans were purchased, correct?
Correct.
You don't know how many of them were sold in Michigan, anything like that, right?
No, I do not know that.
Do you know if Rust-Oleum is a common paint?
As a homeowner, I know that it's a common paint, but as a paint analyst, no.
Okay, we're good. That's fine as a homeowner too, right? So you can go into Home Depot, Lowe's, Menards, Ace Hardware, anywhere, and probably find a can of Rust-Oleum, right?
Probably, yes.
And it wouldn't surprise you that there's probably cans all over Adrian County in people's houses, garages, cellars, barns, everywhere, right?
That would not surprise me, no.
And when we talk about the association scale, the reality is that paint is mass produced, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And it's so mass produced that, again, you can't even designate this to a particular manufacturer, correct?
That is correct.
So we're talking about Rust-Oleum, but it also could be Benjamin Moore, Sherwin-Williams, it could be anyone, right?
It could be any manufacturer that used the same chemical makeup to create their paint, yes.
And when you talk about the paint samples being similar, you, again, can't tell us if we're talking about the universe of similar paint cans being 100,000, a million, 10 million, and you're very candid about that. You don't know what that universe looks like, correct?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Does your unit practice peer review?
Yes.
Could you describe that for the jury what it is?
So a peer review is another trained paint analyst, reviews all of my work, reads through my notes, looks at my data, and determines if my data supports my conclusions. At that point, they would tell me whether or not they agree with my conclusions or if they do not agree. And they would return it with comments saying, these are things I think that would make more sense to clarify in your notes, or these are decisions that you made that I disagree with, things of that nature, and we would discuss the case.
Okay. And were your findings here peer reviewed?
Objection, hearsay. Unless another analyst is testifying, it calls for hearsay.
It goes to the conclusions that she reached and the process that she reached them by. I mean, she
Okay,
can,
so the question was, have they been peer reviewed? Right. So,
and the result, I guess is what I'm asking.
so if you're going to ask about the result, I believe that is hearsay.
Okay.
Thank you.
If it's just whether or not they have been, I don't think there's a statement there.
Okay. So have they been peer reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Second of all, you said that there was next to the welds, next to the weld on either side, this gray layer that would appear white to the naked eye. The question is, were you given a sample of something to compare? Were you given a sample of spray paint to compare to that gray layer?
No, I was not.
Okay. All right. The last thing, Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to publish the trash can lid to the jury at this time.
No objection, thank you.
You may go ahead.
Yeah. That's all I had at this point, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any further questions, Ms. Sharkey?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Where the people are concerned, she may be released from her subpoena.
No objection, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Paschke, you are free to go.
Approach, Your Honor.
You may. comment from the jury that they've been a little distracted by some of the conversations that are taking place in the gallery. So just ask you to be mindful of that and keep it to a minimum if you can, so that we're not distracting our jurors. Are we otherwise ready to bring them back?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, shoot. I may not be hooked up. Let me make sure. Yep. Yep, we're good. Yes, thanks.
All right, Mr. Ernie, people may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Amanda Set.
Before you stop, can I ask you to raise your right? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury? Okay, nice.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell us your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Amanda Isett, Amanda Isett.
Great, thank you. And what organization do you work for?
I work for the Michigan State Police.
And your job title?
I'm a forensic scientist in the Northville Laboratory in the latent print unit.
And how long have you worked there?
I've worked for the Michigan State Police since February of 2017, and specifically in the latent print unit since August of 2019.
Okay. And what about your educational background?
I earned a Bachelor of Science degree in neuroscience from the University of Michigan in 2013, and I earned a Master of Science degree in crime scene investigation from the George Washington University in 2016.
Okay. And your primary job duties at the lab?
My primary job duties include processing evidence that's submitted to the lab and comparing latent prints to known impressions. And I'm also part of the crime scene response team.
Okay. In terms of the fingerprint piece of it, do you have specialized training?
Yes, I do.
And what does that consist of?
The training for the comparison of latent prints is an approximate 2-year training program, and it includes quizzes, readings, discussions with my trainer, practical exercises, and external trainings as well.
Okay. Is the lab that you're part of accredited?
Yes, it is.
How so?
It's accredited by ANAB, which is an acronym that stands for American National Science Institute National Accreditation Board.
And in terms of the fingerprint analysis that you do, is there something in place for quality review of your results?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
We have some systems in place for quality review. We do technical and administrative reviews of all of the reports that go out, and we also have a verification process that we do.
Okay, and so every time you release a report, it gets verified?
Every time I release a report, it's technically and administratively reviewed.
Okay. All right, so tell us, what is a latent print?
A latent print is the chance reproduction of the friction ridge skin. So the friction ridge skin is the specialized skin that's on the palms of your hands and the fingers and the bottoms of your feet, and it's left behind when you touch an object.
Okay, and then how do you get that to analyze? How do you get it from a person's finger or whatever?
So typically when you touch an object, you may leave a latent print behind. So either the latent print is submitted to us as a lift, which means it was powdered and then lifted with tape, or it's submitted on an actual item of evidence, and we have processing techniques that we can use to develop the latent prints that are on the items.
Okay, and if you're doing a comparison, what do you compare that latent to?
The comparison is the latent to a known impression.
Okay, and where do you get the known impressions from, generally speaking?
Generally, so a known impression is an intentional recording of someone's friction ridge skin, typically of their fingers or their palms. And usually we can get those fingerprint cards from AFIS, which is the Automatic Fingerprint Identification System. We can get the known impression cards from that.
Okay. All right, is there something called a comparison value?
Yes.
What is that?
Comparison value just means that there's sufficient information within the latent print that I can move forward to compare the latent print to a known impression.
Okay. And then the acronym, or the initials ACE-V, does that mean something to you?
Yes.
What is that?
ACE-V is the methodology used to compare latent prints. ACE-V is an acronym for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification.
And that's the process you use?
Yes.
And why do you use that process?
This is the process that we use to compare latent prints because we're analyzing and looking at the latent print before we ever look at the known. So the analysis is just taking in all of the information that's available within the latent print. We analyze it, document all of that information, and then in the comparison phase, we'll move to looking at the known impression. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison of the latent print and the known impression right next to each other. And then evaluation is just determining what my conclusion or opinion or the result will be. And then the V is for verification. So a second examiner comes behind me and does an independent examination of the latent print to the known impression.
Okay. And is ACE-V unique to the Michigan State Police?
No.
Who else uses it to your knowledge?
It's well used throughout the entire fingerprint discipline worldwide.
Do fingerprints change over time, or how are they generated, I guess is the question.
So you are born with your fingerprints. Your fingerprints form in utero. They are highly variable and discriminating, and they are persistent, which means they do not typically change over time unless some injury or scarring occurs.
And you said variable and discriminating. What does that mean?
Highly variable and discriminating just means that the friction ridge skin and the features within the friction ridge skin is variable between not only yourself but also people around you.
At this point, we would tender Ms. Isett, is that right? As an expert in fingerprint analysis.
We leave it in the discussion of the board.
I will so certify you guys.
Thank you. All right, so turning to this case, did you examine the tank 34 that's at issue in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and tell us what you did.
So I received a telephone call on August 16th to process the tender tank. It was in the back parking lot of the Northville Forensic Laboratory. So I arrived and started processing around 7:30, 7:45 on August 16th, and I processed the exterior of the tank. Along with a coworker, we powdered the outside of the tank, and then I collected 4 stickers from the tank.
Okay, you said you powdered the tank, certain section or the whole thing?
So I powdered the entirety of the tank except for the top portion because it was covered in like dust and dirt and debris, and that portion wasn't suitable for processing. So I only powdered the entirety of the like bottom portion exterior all the way around the tank.
And you mentioned something about stickers.
Yes.
What did you do with stickers?
So I collected the stickers from the tank. I took them off of the tank and packaged them and took them back to the lab to process them.
Okay, and do you know whether that was before or after Ms. Ponchke took the paint samples?
It was before she took the paint samples.
And I'm going to show you people's 262. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's what I refer to as the back end of the tender tank.
Okay, and why did you take this picture?
We typically do general overall photos of anything that we're processing for crime scenes. So we took multiple photos of the tank before we did anything to it.
Okay, and is this an example of the stickers that you took?
Yes, it is.
And do you know which one or both of those that you took?
I took both of those. I'm sorry. I took the bottom sticker, that ammonia sticker, and then on the other side of the tank, there was 2 stickers just like that, and I was able to remove the 2 stickers from the other side of the tank.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as, or what is people's 232. Detective Drewer, please. 232. If you could remove that, please.
Can I put my gloves on first?
Sure. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is what I called LV1A ammonia sticker.
Okay, and do you know which one that is in relation to this picture?
It's the bottom one in the picture.
Okay. And so is this the tank with that removed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then the picture saying LV1A, is that what you're holding?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right, so looking at the back side of that, well, first of all, on the front side, did you get anything from the front side?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you do anything with the back side to try to get latent print?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I used a processing technique called black wet wop, and wet wop is just like a name brand for something that is a wet processing technique. It's basically just black powder suspended in a liquid. So I just took a paintbrush and I painted the black wet wop onto the sticker, and then I just rinsed it off with water. And the black wet wop adheres to any residue that's left behind from a latent print.
Okay, and did you get a latent print from doing that?
Yes, I did.
All right, and is it indicated in this photo?
Yes, it is.
Where in the photo?
I marked it on the actual sticker with the name of the latent print, which is LV1A-1, and it's right by the scale. That's also in the photo.
Okay. And it's on that sticker as well.
Yes, it is.
Could you just show it to the jury, please? Okay. All right, did you do anything at that point to help you in your analysis once you had the latent?
So once I once I collected the latent print, I took a close-up photo of it. And so after I take my close-up photo, I put it into our software, like a digital asset management system, which keeps the chain of custody of all of our images and anything that's done to the image. And I pulled it up into Photoshop, and I used Photoshop to process the image. So I just did some contrast adjustments to visually enhance the ridges so that I could see them better.
Okay. And what is depicted here?
This is my processed image after I pulled it up into Photoshop.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, do you see the print in this picture?
Yes.
And how would they know which part is the print? Can you explain to the jury what to look for?
Oh, yes. So when I'm looking, so this part is the analysis part of the latent print. So I'm looking at the entire area of ridges that I see. So the ridges are those lines that you can see curving around. And so the first thing that I do is I annotate my image, which means I mark what I believe the latent print to be. So in this case, that arc, that blue arc at the top, I'm signifying that that is what we call the distal end of the finger, so this top end of the finger. And that's based on the curvature of the ridges.
Okay. Do you do anything else with that photo?
Yes, so here, again, this is my analysis. I'm taking into consideration all of the information. So this image is showing my quality map. So quality mapping just means that I'm looking for areas of the latent print and I'm marking them red or yellow. Red means I'm staying out of that area. It's not reliable. I can't see the ridges. I can't see the features that are within that area. I don't have any red markings in this particular latent print. Yellow just means that the ridges are a little bit less reliable. They're not as clear. I'm not sure what's going on in those particular areas.
And what about the part that's not marked at all?
Go ahead. The part that isn't marked at all means it's clear. I can follow the ridge flow, so I can trace the ridges. I can see any features that are available in those clear areas.
Okay. And then what do you do?
After that, so this one is just showing my ridge tracing. So I'm literally just taking my mouse and I'm tracing each ridge that I'm seeing in that blue color. So I'm just following the ridges, and as I'm going, I'm marking my features, which is shown in the next one.
Okay.
So as I'm tracing the ridges, I'm marking the features or the minutia. So the minutia, I'm going to use these words interchangeably. The features are ridge endings or bifurcations, or something is happening within the ridges that I'm marking it. And so I'm using the dots to signify the features, and I'm using different color dots to signify different things. So the green dots mean I have high confidence that that feature exists right there. I'm marking it green. I'm saying, yes, this is here. I have another dot that is marked yellow up at the top. Yellow just means I'm a little less confident that that feature actually exists, mostly because it's on the edge of the latent print, and I'm not really sure if it actually is there, that location, if it's there, up there, if it might be a little bit lower, so I'm marking it yellow.
Okay. And is this, just for the jury's benefit, we're talking about right next to the dot, to the laser dot? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
That's the yellow, okay. And you mentioned ridges and bifurcation. Could we just make sure that, you saying that the blue are the ridges?
Yes.
Okay. And what is a bifurcation?
A bifurcation just means that you have one continuous ridge and it splits off into two. And that point where it splits off into two is the bifurcation and the feature.
Okay. And why is that important to you?
That's important because it's signifying something is happening in the formation of the ridges, that the ridges are splitting off, and that signifies a feature.
Okay. And are you going to look for similar features in the known print?
Yes.
Okay. Oops. Okay, and what is this?
So after I've completed my analysis of the latent print, I'm only looking at the latent print. I haven't looked at the known yet. I do all of my markup, my documentation of the latent print first. Then I will go and bring up the known impressions. And so the first thing I do when I'm doing my comparison, the side-by-side comparison, I'm picking a target group within my latent print. So that just means I'm picking a cluster of 3 or 4 of those dots or those features, and I'm trying to locate those 3 or 4 in the known impressions. So, for example, I think there was something, it looks like a longer ridge. I have 2 green minutia on each end, and then, and then like come down, skip one ridge, and then there's another one. So I'm focusing on those 3 as I'm going through, and I'm looking through all 10 fingers of the card. I'm searching for just that formation. When I find that formation, then that's when my comparison really starts. So I'm going from the latent to the known, and all I'm doing is I'm counting ridges to my next green dot or my feature, and I'm marking it in my latent. Yep, here it is. I'm going right to my known, counting up however many ridges. Yep, here it is in my known. And I'm just going like that back and forth, starting in my latent, counting however many ridges to my next feature. Then I'm going back into my known and doing the same thing.
Okay, great. You want to give her 232? Oh, was it? Oh, yep, 238, yes. Thank you. Yes. Okay, could you tell us what people's 238 is?
Yes, these are fingerprints, known fingerprint cards bearing the name Dale John Warner.
And are those the knowns that you compared?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So you said that you have the latent print and you've marked the features, and then, so you went through each of the prints on those cards and compared them, just an initial comparison?
Yes, when I'm doing my what we call it smart searching, which back again is this, I'm searching for that target group. So I'm going finger by finger and looking for that formation of those 3 minutia together.
Okay, and did you find one?
Yes, I did.
And what was it?
I found the correspondence in the left middle finger.
Okay, what did you do from that point then?
So I marked all of the available minutia or the features, the dots that are available in the known impression. And then once I reached my conclusion, I made an identification to the left middle finger.
Okay, so looking at the the right side, and it's got the you can see part of an M and then IDDLE at the bottom left corner. What is that?
That's just the portion of the known fingerprint card. It says L dot middle for the left middle finger.
Okay, and so that's Dale Warner's left middle finger print.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then how were you able to compare the known to the latent you got from the sticker off the tank? How did you compare the two?
The known to the latent.
Correct.
So I just, like I said before, I pulled them up in Photoshop and did a side by side, marking the minutia in the latent and the known impression.
Okay, so referring to the markings on the known print, can you explain the green and red and yellow here?
Yes, so all of the green minutia that are marked, or features that are marked in the known impression, were corresponding with those or similar to those in the latent print. I have a few orange dots that are marked. Those features that are marked do exist in the latent print. I just did not see them until I looked at the known, so I marked those in orange.
Okay. Are you saying that they are there or they aren't there between the two?
They are there.
Okay. You just didn't recognize them right away?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, and you've got, so is there just the two colors, green and orange?
Yes, marking my minutia or features.
Okay. And then the red circle, what is that?
The red circle shows that I had marked something in the latent print that it did not exist in the known impression, and so I crossed it out in the latent print because it wasn't actually there in the known impression.
And what is your opinion of the discrepancy?
So in the latent print, that area had like a bubble in the sticker, and the ridges were not flowing as like straight through. And I have it marked, I don't know if you can see it, but with like a teal colored, like a blue colored line. There was like a defect in that area. And so what I thought was a minutia actually was not a minutia or a feature.
So was that a difference in the two, or was it due to something else?
It was not a difference in the two. It was due to the distortion in the latent print, that bubbling area.
Okay. All right. And so you said, what was the result of your comparison?
My result was that it was Dale Warner's left middle finger.
Okay. All right. And you said that the ACE-V, the V stands for verification. Did this go through the verification process?
Yes, it did.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Isett. My name is Marissa Vinsky. I represent Dale Warner. I have some questions for you. I want to start with, you talked about your process. One of the steps was you enhance the photo in Photoshop. Is that correct?
Yes.
What goes into enhancing the photo?
So in Photoshop, we use
I'm sorry. I just did exactly what Mr. McCready was worried about. I'm not as clean as Miss Chartier. My apologies.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You hit it too well. Yeah. Do you mind if I?
You know what? That's good. I'm just putting that right
Okay,
here.
perfect. I will just leave it on the podium. That's awesome. Sorry again.
No more water for you, Mr. McKee.
My apologies. What goes into enhancing the photo?
So in Photoshop, we're only allowed to use certain tools within Photoshop, and we do contrast adjustments. So I'm making the picture brighter or darker, just to my eye, what I need to see in the latent print.
Is there a standard? Do you always do these steps to enhance, or what is just helpful to you?
What I typically do, it's different for every examiner. We do have a set of tools, like only a specific set of tools that we can use, because some of the tools that are available in Photoshop can erase pixels or change them, and so we're not allowed to use those tools. So I usually change my image to grayscale, which just means I'm turning it into black and white, and then I'm using like a brightness adjustment, and I'm just making it brighter or darker, and like highlighting, changing things like that.
Are there other tools aside from the brightness and the darkness grayscale that you are allowed to use?
Yes.
What are those tools?
There's other tools we can use. They're called levels and curves, but I don't typically use those.
So in this case, you changed it into grayscale and then worked with the brightness and the darkness to help you best.
Yes.
You talked about various dots that we saw on the screen: red, yellow, orange, green. How many dots did you identify that were similar to the known print versus the latent print?
I believe I identified 7 green and then 3 orange.
Were there any points where it was maybe yellow or something you had to think about that you had to make a subjective opinion during your process?
So I did mark one of the features as yellow, but it was up higher in the latent print, and that area wasn't available in the known impression, so I didn't use that area that I had marked.
So that's something you subjectively thought, let me mark this and see what it is.
So in the latent print, so if there are 15 features available, I am required to mark them. So that is what I did. I marked 15 features in the latent print. The green and the yellow were the 15 that I had marked originally.
is there a standard that the Michigan State Police uses for the number of dots?
We don't have a minimum number standard to determine comparison value, but we use subjective decisions. It's not just based on the quantity of the features, it's based on the quality of the information within the latent print.
If you know, do other agencies have a standard number of dots?
Other agencies do, but I don't know what they are.
So summarizing, you said you notated 15 features. Is that accurate?
Yes, in my analysis.
And 7 of them were green.
That I used with the known impression.
Okay. After you compared the two, that's when you came up with the 7 green dots.
Yes.
You testified about 15 being how many you found. Is that the number you automatically stop at, or do you go above if there are more?
15 is the number that I stop at.
So going specifically to what you did with the tank, you testified that you processed the exterior of the tank. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't find any latent prints?
No.
And then you took the ammonia sticker from the back end of the tank, what you classify as the back end?
Yes.
And did you also take a placard sticker that was towards that back end as well?
I took a portion of a placard sticker, yes.
Okay, Ms. Saylor, will you please pull up the government's exhibit 100, which is our page 105. Will you zoom into the end cap that's closer to number 34? The bottom sticker, is that the ammonia sticker that you removed from the tank?
I can't tell from this photo if it was that sticker on that end or the other end.
The other end, okay. I'll move on to the other picture that you were shown, but from this picture specifically, are you able to tell where you took the stickers from? If you could zoom out. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury where you took the stickers from?
So on one end of the tank, I took the bottom ammonia sticker and then a portion of the green square sticker, that placard sticker. I was only able to get a small portion of it off. And then on the other end, I took the anhydrous sticker and the ammonia sticker.
So the green placard, is that the one that says 1005?
Yes.
And that's in the center of the tank?
Yes.
And these items were collected on August 16th, 2024?
That's correct.
The stickers that you took, I'm going to refer to them as the item numbers that you listed in your report. So item LV1 there was 1A and 1B. So item LV1A is the ammonia sticker that you took from what you call the back end of the tank, correct?
Correct.
And this is the end that's actually furthest away from the weld that is described as non-manufactured.
That's correct.
And then the placard, you said you took a portion, that was LV1B.
Yes.
And then the 2 stickers that you took from the side that was closest to the tank, or closest to the weld, were LV2.
Yes.
And the item that you claim you were able to develop the latent print from, was the ammonia sticker that's classified as LV1A.
Yes.
And again, just for clarification purposes, that was located on the end cap that was opposite of the non-manufactured weld,
That's correct.
and essentially the furthest end away from it.
Yes.
And in your report, I think you actually labeled the sticker not welded side. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm done with that picture for at the moment. There was one print that you claim you found on that sticker.
Yes, on the ammonia sticker.
Can you describe to the jury where on the sticker the print was? And if you want to use the exhibit that you have in front of you.
I'm just going to put my gloves on again. The print was developed right here on the sticky side.
So just for the record, it's going to be on the opposite side of the A that starts ammonia. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Was it closer to the top of the sticker?
It's closer to the bottom of the
bottom.
sticker.
And then you determined that was from the left middle finger.
Correct.
Can you tell what direction the fingerprint is pointed?
Yes, I can.
Okay, can you describe that?
It's pointed. So I'm going to use my finger as it is. It's like this.
So for the record, I guess you would describe the tip of the fingerprint as pointing inwards from the edge of the sticker.
Yes.
And you don't know when that sticker was put on the tank, is that correct?
That's correct.
You did not find any prints on the stickers that were closest to the non-manufactured weld?
That's correct.
The presence of the latent prints, that does not indicate the significance of the contact or how long contact was on an item.
That's correct. I can only say that the finger came into contact with the sticky side of this sticker.
So to that point, it doesn't indicate a time frame of when the contact occurred.
No.
And you testified on direct exam about comparison results or classifications of comparison. Is that correct?
Can you describe classifications?
So I believe there's one that's identification, one I can pull out the specific language. I believe there's 3 classifications. So from lab report number 9, there is identification, there's exclusion, there's inconclusive. Those are all different comparison results. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
When the comparison result is deemed identification, that does not mean that there is an exclusion of all other people, correct?
That's correct.
And then to other things you did, not only did you collect samples on the outside of the tank, but you also swabbed the inside of the tank.
That's correct.
These were collected on August 17th, so the next day after you took the stickers.
That's correct.
And you swabbed the center welded portion inside the tank?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes. What are you looking at? Are you looking at lab? Just let me know.
I'm going to look at the lab report.
Okay. What number?
I think it's 8.
Okay.
Yes, it's record number 8. So I swabbed the center welded portion on interior of the tank. I swabbed near the aftermarket weld on the interior of the tank, and I swabbed a horizontal bar on the interior of the tank.
And did you do this to collect DNA?
I swabbed those areas to preserve for the potential for DNA exam.
It's fair to say that if there's DNA inside the tank, that would help the investigation to determine who killed Miss Warner.
Sure.
It was important enough that you took swabs for safekeeping and preservation.
Yes.
Mr. Warner's DNA was not found in the tank.
I'm not sure.
Are you aware of anyone who tested the DNA?
No,
Mr. Warner's fingerprints were also not found in the tank. Is that accurate?
that's correct.
I have no further questions.
So, when you were there processing the tank, did you make an independent decision on your own to swab the inside?
No, I did not.
Did you think at that time, or why didn't you want to do it yourself?
The interior of the tank was extremely rusted and very textured. So when I entered the tank, I was searching to see if I could process the inside of the tank for latent prints. And the interior of the tank was so rusted and textured that I did not process it for latent prints. And I was not going to swab for DNA preservation either.
Okay, for the same reason, because it was so rough?
Yes.
Okay, and so why did you if you didn't think it was worth doing?
It was at the request of the investigating officer.
And who is that?
At the time, it was Sergeant Drewier.
Right. And can you describe, what actually happened to the swabs when you were trying to collect?
Yes, so when I was swabbing the portions of the tank, the swabs were just coming apart because the surface was just so rough.
All right, thank you. Were some surfaces on the outside of the tank not suitable for latent prints?
Yes, the top portion of the tank was not.
Okay. Thank you.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
We have received 2 questions from the jury. It's my understanding that the parties agree that one may be asked and the other not.
That's correct, Your
That's
Honor.
correct, yes.
Would rust inside the tank affect the ability to retrieve a latent print?
Yes, it would. Because the rust can degrade the surface of the latent print, the surface that the latent print would be able to come into contact with, the roughness of it doesn't allow for a latent print to be left behind.
Mr. McCready?
I have no follow-up.
Ms.
No follow-up.
Okay. And may the witness be released from her speech?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You are free to go.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost noon, so we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must have the ability to cross-examine them. Because because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Thank you. We'll see you at 1:30. Is there anything that you need to address on the record right now?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will be back at 1:30. are back on record in file 24-2041-FC, People versus Dale Warner. Are we ready to have our group?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, I just want to put on the record, I'm not sure if we have already, but People's proposed 266 is going to be displayed. I think we have an agreement. It's going to be displayed but not introduced. These are 90 photographs that were on the defendant's phone that were taken of Dee Warner's phone and a text exchange that she had with her son Zach. So we're agreeing that the contents of the conversation between the two are not admissible, but we want to show the photographs just to show that they were on the defendant's phone.
All right, is that accurate, Ms. Sherry?
It is. My understanding is that Mr. McCready is going to just sort of zip through them so they won't be up enough for anyone to be able to read them.
That's correct.
Okay.
Although, I mean, you could just show her on your iPad. I don't know why we've got to put it on the screen if
I
it's
could do
not
that
being
too.
introduced. Yeah, that, I think that because someone could take a still photograph of it.
No? Come on, show 'em. Okay, all right.
Great.
So I guess we're
But,
going to show.
but I guess the media could take a photograph of an exhibit that's not being introduced and capture the text exchange. That's the issue.
I mean, I don't think that's here or there in terms of admissibility, though. In terms of whether the media can see it.
But the public can see it, and we,
Right, but that, I don't understand how that affects its admissibility.
well, they're not, it's not being admitted, is my understanding.
Right, so I think that we're on solid ground displaying it for what it is, which is an attempt by the defendant to get a text exchange off of Dee's phone. So we're not going to be showing enough to show any hearsay that's contained in there, but the relevance of it is that they exist at all. And so for that reason,
So why would we show photographs that contain hearsay to the jury if we?
so but they're not going to be able to read it because if I could show you, it's so small. So, a couple things. If I could show them up there just so Your Honor can see, it's going to be almost impossible to read them. But also, whether or not the statements themselves are hearsay, they're not being admitted for. Even if they were being admitted, they would not be admitted for the truth of the matter. They'd be admitted for the defendant's access to them and his state of mind, his intent.
But the question of the witness would be, did you find screenshots on Mr. Warner's phone? Yes. Approximately how many? 90. Right? I mean, we're not going to say they don't exist. So to show them to the jury to prove that they exist, that's what the witness's testimony is going to be. So if they're not being admitted, which they're not, putting them on the screen to show, I mean, I think is irrelevant. It's unfairly prejudicial. I don't even see why we would be putting something up on the screen that's not being admitted as an exhibit or as a demonstrative aid. This isn't a demonstrative aid. It's just, did you find things on the phone? The answer is yes.
So, Mr. McCready, what's the purpose of showing this to the jury?
So we've established a pattern here of what we call, generally speaking, stalking, the tracking her whereabouts, etc. And so, and trying to clone her phone was another piece of evidence. This is along those same lines. Where I mean, the testimony was also she had her phone with her all the time. She was very secretive. And the inference is clearly that she would not have wanted him to be in her phone, taking 90 or 91 screenshots of her conversation with Zach. So that's another instance of that stalking. And that was also part of our 404B 768.27A motion. So, so the import of them is that he did this at all. I mean, if it's whether we can show them or not, I mean, we would then seek to admit them under the theory that it's not for the hearsay that's in the text at all. It's for the fact that they exist.
The court's
All right, so I'm just trying to make sure I'm staying on the same page. I think the goalpost just shifted from we want to show them but not admit them to we want to admit them.
No, I'm saying that if there's a problem with just showing them, then we would seek to admit them. But I'm fine with just showing them. But the alternative shouldn't be not to show them at all. It should be to admit them. We're trying to find a common ground, happy medium.
All right, Ms. Shardy, you want to respond to that?
Sure. So the court already ruled that evidence of this sort is admissible. So we've heard testimony about the attempted cloning of the phone and other things along those lines. The question, what did you find on the phone? I found 90-some photographs of text messages between Ms. Warner and her son. All of that the court's already ruled is admissible. I am struggling to see why we have to show it on the screen. I mean, the witness is going to say that's what she found. We're not disputing that's what she found. So what's the point of showing it? I mean, and I really don't understand the relevance of it. If anything, it's cumulative, and it's not coming in as an exhibit. And if the point is, well, they can't read it, so it doesn't matter, well, then why are you even putting it up on the screen? I mean, to show that it existed, there's literally no dispute. The witness is going to testify it existed.
I don't think that prevents them from presenting the evidence they want to present. The fact that a witness can testify about something doesn't preclude them from introducing other evidence of the same thing. So can I see some of these? I don't think I've seen these before.
And I'd be going through them this fast, and I'm not going to go through all 90 of them. And I can stop anytime you're on.
That's sufficient.
Okay.
All right, I would say for the record that I was not able to read anything that was displayed on the screen. I would like to step out for a moment before I make this.
Thank you, Hunter.
may be seated.
As I see this issue, if something is going to be shown to the jury, unless it's a demonstrative exhibit, which I don't think this qualifies as, it needs to be either admitted as into evidence, or if it is not going to be admitted into evidence, then it should not be shown to the jury because of the likelihood, in my opinion, that it will cause confusion to the jury. Because if we show it to them, they will, I think, presume that they are allowed to use that as evidence and consider it as evidence as they're going through their deliberations. When, in fact, they are not, because it is not evidence. So they should not be considering those photos that you're showing to them. So if they're not going to be admitted into evidence, I do not think that they should be shown to the jury.
Can I show them to the witness? Well, I guess it doesn't matter at that point. She can just testify that there's 90 photos on the iPhone or the iPad. Yeah. So I guess, Your Honor, we'd be seeking to admit them as an exhibit under the argument that the things that are on there, whether they be hearsay or not, are not being admitted for the truth of the matter. We don't care if any of those statements are true or not. We'll be arguing that they're true, just that they exist at all, that they were on the defendant's phone, and that they're photographs that were taken, not screenshots. So yeah, we would be seeking to admit them then at this point.
Do we know anything about the content of the messages?
I mean, I have looked at them obviously, but can I tell you right now what it's 90 pages of just everyday conversation between Dee and her son Zach over business matters, personal matters, everything in between.
All right, Ms. Chartier.
Thank you. So the conversations are hearsay. There are private conversations between Ms. Warner and her son, as Mr. McCready said, about business, about their feelings about certain people, about their feelings about Mr. Warner, about all kinds of things. Even if the photographs themselves are relevant, the content of the messages is unfairly prejudicial. It's extremely distracting to the jury to wade through 90 pages of private messages between two people. And so for that matter, because I think it's unfairly prejudicial and distracts from the key matter in this case, they should not be admitted. Thank you.
What is the content of the messages that is prejudicial to Mr. Warner?
So the fact that the jury is going to have 90 pages of messages, that is distracting to them and a waste of time. So there are conversations about the business, there are conversations about Ms. Warner's feelings about Mr. Warner, I believe, and it's been easily a week and a half to 2 weeks since I've looked at all of them. But I think that Mr. Bach may also indicate some of his feelings about Mr. Warner, although I think that might be fairly minimal. But there's just a lot of irrelevant information in there. So again, while the photographs, the fact that there were photographs may indeed be relevant, which I believe the witness is going to be testifying to, and that certainly is evidence, the content of the messages, which is in the photographs, is irrelevant.
All right, well, the people have stated a non-hearsay purpose for the use of the photographs. And so to the extent that the conversations in them are irrelevant or that they constitute hearsay, I don't know that hearsay is a valid objection at this point, because I think that there's as I said, a valid non-hearsay purpose for admission of those photographs. What I'm unclear on at this point is whether or not there is content in those that would be potentially prejudicial.
So I don't know if the court wants to conditionally admit them theoretically. I don't even know how that would work. I can certainly look at them this weekend, and then if I think there's something really specific that would be outside of the norm of what Mr. McCready and I have spoken about. So again, it is 90 pages. We may certainly have
missed something, then we could certainly speak to them about redacting that. So before maybe it gets published, I don't know how you would be publishing it to the jury where they could read the messages. So for instance, before maybe that's printed out and goes back as an exhibit, we can take a look at that and see if there's anything we think should be redacted, work with them on it, and if that doesn't resolve it, we can bring it to the court. Maybe so maybe it could be admitted with the, I guess with the caveat that we can certainly come back to the court and ask for redactions before it ultimately goes to the jury. Just trying to think out loud of how the best way to handle this would be.
Okay, Mr. McCready, do you want any input on that?
I would be fine with that, especially as Your Honor has indicated. So you're sitting twice as close as the jury. I couldn't read them. So they're not going to be able to read them today. All we really wanted to do, back where we started, was show them today. If we can look through more carefully over the weekend and come to some agreement about something that should be redacted before we actually submit them as an exhibit, we're fine with that.
I mean, to be clear, nothing stands out to me and I've looked at these multiple times, so the last time again was maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, but nothing about them stands out to me right now where I think that would need to be redacted, but I do want the opportunity, if the court would allow it, to go through them again just to make sure.
No, I think that's wise, particularly since I haven't had a chance to review the content of those messages. So I think that sounds like an appropriate way to proceed. So I will admit those, however, require that they not be published to the jury other than in the manner that Mr. McCready just demonstrated until we've had a chance to go through the content of the messages and redact anything that might be prejudicial if the jury were to see it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else we need to address before we bring on jurors?
No.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Danielle Vandenhoeven.
Raise your hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for proof. You can go ahead and sit down.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please tell us your name and spell it for the record.
Danielle Vandenheuvel. It's DANIELLEVANDENHEUVEL.
Okay, and where do you work?
I work for the Michigan State Police.
And what do you do for the state police?
I'm a digital forensic analyst.
And what does that mean? What do you do?
A digital forensic analyst, we preserve, extract, and analyze data from various forms of technology. And to do that, we create the best possible copy of data from that device. We can then analyze it and provide reports to investigators to review.
Okay. So like iPhones, iPads, some things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review an iPhone 12 Pro Max in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and showing you what's been admitted as People's 228. Do you recognize this cover page?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a device information page that is provided once a device is extracted.
Okay, and what is this device specific to?
This is an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Okay, and do you see the device name?
Yes, Dale's iPhone.
And do you see the owner name?
Yes, Dale Warner.
And the account that's associated with the phone?
warag@me.com.
And then the phone number?
517-817-6796.
And do you know when this phone was placed into service?
After reviewing the phone, it was set up in March of 2021.
Okay. And when was the extraction done from that phone?
It was done on May 10th, 2022.
So this Exhibit 228, this is, you would agree, page 2 of the cover page, or the cover sheet?
Yes.
Okay. And then it's got, so were there also on that phone, did you look and see some screenshot, or it's not some screenshots, some photographs that were on this phone that were from another phone?
Yes.
Okay, and what were the pictures taken of?
The photos depicted images taken of a different device of messages that were displayed.
Okay, and this is People's 266. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
That is the photo found on the iPhone depicting another individual's device.
Okay, and could you read at the top of the page who the texts were between?
Can you zoom in at all?
No.
I believe it was Zach.
Okay. Yeah, is it between Zach and Dee?
Yes, I believe so, if I remember, yes.
Okay, thank you. And how many photos were there?
Close to 90.
Okay, I'm just going to scroll through just to show the type of thing we're talking about. And does the iPhone have a section for photos?
Yes.
And is that where these were found?
Yes, they were from a synced directory.
Were there also on that phone texts between Dee and Dale?
Yes.
So I've shown the witness People's 194, 195, 196, 197, 267, and 198. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in general, what are these exhibits?
These are messages located off Dale's iPhone between Dale and Dee.
If you look at 194, the message from Dee to Dale, what is the date of that message?
8/6/2020.
Okay. And 195, what's the date of the message from Dee to Dale?
2/18/2021.
Okay. 196, the message, the text in the middle of the page, what is that date?
2/23/2021.
2321?
Yes.
And again, that's from Dee to Dale?
Yes.
Okay. 197, what's the date of that text?
225 of 21.
Okay. 267,
3-1 of 21.
198,
3-5 of 21.
if you look at the top of the first message.
3-3 of 21.
Okay, did you also look at an iPad Pro?
Yes.
This is people's 230. What was the date of the extraction for the iPad Pro?
It was May 12th, 2022.
And again, the device name was,
I believe Dale's iPad.
oh, sorry, I'm not, I thought it was for something. There we go, sorry.
Dale's iPad Pro.
Yep. Were there some internet searches on the iPad Pro?
Yes.
Any of you people's 230? Do these searches have a date associated with them when they were searched?
No.
Looking at the first, but we know that they were on there when it was extracted on May 12th, 2022, though, correct?
Yes, they had to be previously.
And looking at the first search, can you indicate what browser or what search engine was used?
Google.
All right, and what was the thing that was searched for?
Search chemical cremation.
And the next search?
This is on Gizmodo for what is liquid cremation and why is it illegal?
Why is it illegal?
Correct.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I heard you right. Okay, and then the third search that's on there?
From Wired.com, alkaline hydrolysis liquid biocremation.
The fourth search?
This is from Google, what to do with 1,000 gallon propane tank.
And the next search?
Widower's dating site.
Okay, the next one?
10 widow dating sites for widows, widowers, and divorced people.
And the final search that's on there?
Widower dating page.
Was there also an iPhone 6?
Yes.
Showing you, it's been marked as people's 302. The date of the extraction for this device?
11/15 of 2021.
Okay. And the device name?
Dale's iPhone.
And again, it's a model iPhone 6.
Yes.
What's the phone number associated with this device?
517-605-6961.
And the Apple ID?
orag@me.com.
Showing you printout of 302. Four pages.
Yes.
Okay. And the first two pages are the cover pages.
Yes.
And what's the third page?
Third page is a home page of the tool Celebrite, displaying device info and content.
Okay. So is that a page where you could click on links and go to other parts of the phone extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And is one of those the installed applications?
Yes.
Okay. Could you turn to page 4? Do you see My Cadillac app installed?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see an app called Vyncs, V-Y-N-C-S?
Yes.
Does that say when, if that was purchased?
Yes.
When was that purchased?
1/11/2020?
Okay. And is that installed?
No.
It is not. Okay. Okay, so did you also look at a backup? Well, first of all, did you ever have Dee's phone that she actually had on April 25th, 2021?
No, not her actual device.
Okay. Did you have a backup from the iCloud?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look on that to see whether she had My Cadillac app loaded on her phone?
I did look and it was not on the device.
Okay. And what about the Vyncs app?
No.
And the email address, the Apple ID warag@me.com, was that on her phone?
No.
If I could have my zip. This time I'd like to publish under the jury room.
No objection, thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. McCready, did you have anything further?
I have nothing further at this time, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vanden Heuvel. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good, after you just sat there for so long. When lawyers say they only have a few questions for you, we're usually lying, but I really do only have a few questions for you.
Sounds good.
So you did work additional to what you testified to earlier this afternoon, correct?
Yes.
So one of the things that you did was you looked at one of Mr. Warner's devices, and he was using Find My iPhone on April 25th, 2021, correct?
There was data usage, yes.
Beg your pardon?
Yes, data usage
Yes.
from that application.
And so he had looked 3 times, and if you need to refresh your memory on the times, because I know we're going back a ways, feel free to let me know and Ms. Saylor can help you out. So does this sound correct? 8:48, 42 a.m.?
I would like to refresh my memory if possible.
Sure. It's the end of 146, moving into 147.
Got it.
Okay, great. So is that correct? 8:48 and 42 seconds?
Yes, last connected.
Thank you. And then there was another time where it connected at 10:28:49 a.m. that same day? That's on the next page.
Yes, correct.
And then another time, 2:30:56 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then, just to clarify, when you were talking about the internet searches that you saw, there's no way to put a specific date on those, correct?
Correct.
We're talking about a fairly large time period?
Correct.
Great, thank you, ma'am, nothing additional.
Do you have any redirections from you?
I think we're good, John.
Okay, you have 2 questions that we received from jurors. All right, it's my understanding that the parties are in agreement that both questions may be asked.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct. First question is, what date were the Google searches made?
The dates were unable to be determined based off how they were located on the device.
Second question is, with the dating site searches, were you able to find a profile linked to the defendant? Would this be part of the investigation beyond your field or office?
This was not looked at.
Mr. McCready, any follow-up based on those questions?
Were you able to determine when the iPad was activated?
I can't recall exactly. I believe it was in 2020.
So in terms of the dates of the searches, we know they were after 2020 and before the extraction from that iPad.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Okay. And may we excuse the witness from receiving?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Charrier?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
want to take a break now?
That's just what we were discussing. I didn't know how long the next witness was, so I think we're in agreement that might be a good time.
Yes.
All right, why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll come back and. All right, we'll come back in about 10 minutes. Be seated. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we are back on the record in People versus Warner. The people may call the witnesses.
The people would call Kevin Greca.
Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Go ahead and answer.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Kevin, Kevin, Greca, Greca.
Where were you employed in April of 2021?
Lenawee County Sheriff's Office.
And what was your title?
A detective.
How long were you a detective with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department?
Approximately 15 years as a detective.
All right. How long did you work for the Sheriff's Department in total?
31 years.
At some point in time, you became involved in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Prior to your involvement in this case, did you know Dee Warner?
I did not.
Did you know Dale Warner?
Neither of them to the best of my knowledge.
All right. How did you become involved?
Detective Sharp is a colleague of mine, and he let me know that in the morning that there was a missing person, and he was looking into it, or I believed he was looking into it. And then the day progressed, and I really didn't think anything had really occurred on the case. And I believe I got a phone call from Officer Wolf from the Tecumseh Police Department. His daughter worked for the...
Objections, hearsay.
I don't want to know what anybody told you. I just wanted to know what the first thing you did was, okay?
Okay. Then I contacted Zach Bach, who was the son.
Okay.
And when I spoke to Zach, I asked him if he was on a bank account with Dee
Okay.
Warner.
I'm gonna stop you. Do you remember when you contacted Zach?
Approximately 3 p.m.
Okay, and what date was that?
The 25th.
Was it the 25th or the 26th?
She went missing on the 24th. It's the 26th. Yep.
Okay. She was reported missing on the 25th?
Correct. To
Okay.
Deputy Hall.
Okay, and so you contacted Zach, and what did you, about 3 p.m. you said?
Approximately.
Okay, what'd you guys do?
He did say he was on the bank account with Dee. I wanted to see if there's any activity on her credit card. So we went to Tecumseh, where they banked, spoke to an individual there, one of the employees, and stated there had not been activity on the account. I believe the last one was like whether it's a massage or getting nails done or something like that, but nothing since she was reported missing.
Okay. After you left the bank with Zach, where did you go?
Went to the Warner residence on Munger Road.
What was the purpose of that?
Touch base with Dale Warner.
Did you make contact with him there?
I did.
Did you have a conversation with him?
I did.
Interviewed him?
I did.
Did Dale Warner tell you that he believed his wife was at Zach's house?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Had you been to Zach's house?
No.
During the course of your interview, did Dale tell you that there was money missing
He
from
did.
his safe?
Sorry, he did.
No, it's okay. And did he tell you approximately how much was missing?
He did.
Okay. And do you recall what that amount was?
I want to say in the $50,000 range. He did give two numbers. I don't recall what they exactly were, but
Okay. Do you remember if it was 50 to 100,000?
that does sound accurate.
Okay. Did you count the money in the safe to confirm how much money was there?
I did not.
Okay, but there was some amount of money left, correct?
I don't recall seeing any money. I asked about a gun. I'm not sure it was that day or the next day, but I believe it might have been that day.
Okay.
If she has any firearms and if the firearm was there.
So the defendant never showed you any sum of money at all that day, or any day?
There was money everywhere throughout the house, in the vehicle.
Okay.
As far as him actually bringing it to me, I don't recall him ever bringing me money to see it or count it.
Okay. And you discussed going to the safe to look for a firearm?
We were in a room in just off the bedroom, and he spoke of a firearm, and he said she does have one because I asked if she has a firearm, whether it's suicide or something like that was kind of where I was going with it, and he said yes she does, and he goes it's right here. But it was just the safe. It wasn't, I said, well, could you please open it up so I can confirm it? And he did, and there was a firearm there.
Okay, and you confirmed with him at that time that he hadn't yet checked for the gun before you got there?
My perception of it was that. That's correct.
Okay.
Objection, the move to strike, if that was his perception of it, it would be what he knows, not what he's perceiving or speculating.
Your Honor, we can play the interview from the 26th again if we want to, where Mr. Warner tells him he hadn't checked the safe yet. So.
Okay, well, I would agree with Ms. Sherry at this point that he's required to testify from his personal knowledge, and I don't think that a perception of something constitutes personal knowledge.
Okay. How many guns did Mr. Warner show you that day? Do you remember?
My recollection of the events, I was there on multiple days. I would say a minimum of 7 days. I had been to Mr. Warner's residence. So for me to differentiate what day from 4 years ago, I apologize. I don't recall. If you certainly, my body cams would be on, they'd be there, but
Okay.
I recall seeing several long guns in the basement, kind of up on a wall, nicely displayed. Underneath the stairwell, I think, was another section of firearms. And then in the closet, if you will, walk-in closet, which is where the safe for the money allegedly was that handgun. Now that I think about it, alongside the bed, I think is another safe, smaller individual handgun safe, maybe with like a finger combination or recognition
Okay.
lock.
And at that point, did the defendant express any concern to you that any of the firearms were missing?
He did not.
When was the next time that you had contact with Dale Warner?
It would have been the next day.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time?
I don't.
Okay, and that would have been, well, let me ask you this. You've since retired from the Sheriff's Department, is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and so do you have access to any of your police reports or anything like that?
I don't.
Okay. So, can you tell me again approximately what time you believe you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think it was early in the day?
It could have been.
All right. Do you remember doing a search of the Warner property where you walked the outside of the property?
I did the inside first, and then started the outside.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 211. This is your body cam dated April 27th, 2021 at 12:28. Is this you doing the search? Walking?
Yeah, that'll be my hand. Yep. Yes.
All right. And what are you looking for when you're walking around the property?
Literally anything. For the most part, Dee Warner is really the primary. But then any type of evidence as well, whether it's blood or whatever.
And typically your body camera would have sound, correct?
It does.
Okay. And was this a fairly windy day and kind of loud with your walking with your body camera?
I got you.
Was it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't recall that.
Okay.
But that is a common problem. We've got a dead chicken here somewhere.
Okay. Searching the chicken coops. And at this point in time, do you know there's a couple businesses on the property?
Total of 3.
What are you searching all the semis for?
Dee Warner. I would tap on the side of the aluminums first to see if I could, if they were solid or not, hollow, because if I were to open that door, all the grain would come out. So
Okay.
check the cabs as well.
While this is playing, if you can look at that map, People's 263, do you know where you're at on the property at this point?
Yes. Here's where the semis are parked, so we're in that area. West side of the property.
Now, during this time while you're walking around, do you have a plan for the canine and the drone team to come as well?
I did. Mr. Warner was not aware of that at that point, but I did.
At this point, he wasn't aware?
I don't believe he was, correct?
Okay. Okay. What was the purpose of calling the drone team and the K-9?
To search for Dee Warner.
Do you know what area you're heading out to now on the map?
Yeah, we're northwest corner of the property.
Okay.
So, this area.
Okay. Can you describe the items, some of the items that are in the back northwest corner of that property?
Pretty much a standard farm operation. And you can see some tile there, farm equipment, disc. I remember a semi cab, like just a cab area.
Okay.
Coming up to, in this area is like a burn area where they burn their trash in cans to burn the paper off, and then
Is that the
separate-
area you're talking about right there?
That is it, correct.
Okay, all right.
That where the trees branches are, that's the burn area.
Okay.
The
And I
semi that I was talking about, you can see is blue on the left, the semi cab.
the blue item on the left, far left?
I don't know if that one is. I think the lighter blue one. I don't remember there being two cabs, but there might have been.
Okay. And you also said it was did you say trash pile too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I thought I
No,
heard
that's
you
correct.
say, okay. Did the items that you observed around this area appear to be like trash? Because
Yeah. Most of the items, correct.
okay. Do you recall seeing this particular tank right here?
I do not.
Okay. And the blue item next to that tank, is that the cab you were talking about, or is that something different?
It actually looks like there is two blue cabs there. I recalled one, but according to just watching my video, makes it look like there's two of them.
Okay. So is that a cab as well on the right? Both of them?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. All right, and do you see off to the right the 3 cylindrical items over on the side?
From my distance here, it kind of looks like one or two. The ones that are elevated, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, behind that blue, it looks like a bed of a truck.
I think I was looking further,
Oh, sorry.
just past the bed of the truck. Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah.
Again, sorry, I kind of see two from my distance here, and then the third one, if that's the third one, elevated, if that's what you're talking about.
Okay, okay. And did those items stand out to you either?
They did not. I don't recall those.
Okay. And then you just do you kind of finish searching the outside of the property at this point?
Yes, I recall jumping up in this dump truck or whatever it is, looking inside of that, and the bed, and then the cab as well.
Okay.
And
Again,
then circling around to the barns.
okay. Again, what were you looking for inside there?
Again, Dee Warner.
Did any of the tanks, the chemical tanks that you saw on the property, raise any concerns with you?
They did not.
Why not?
A farm expected to have tanks. Didn't notice anything out of the ordinary with them.
Okay.
It's one of his businesses is, well, two of the businesses. One would be farm and two would be the fertilizer, so three being the trucking business.
Okay. Now, do you know where you're heading on the property?
Yeah, heading towards, this one's more of a storage, or there's two maintenance barns, what I'd call maintenance barns. And this is smaller of the two. As far as maintenance aspect, it had a motor home inside of it. And then if I were to go the other way, it'd be the chemical barn, but so far I'm not heading there. This is, now I'm heading towards the main, what I would call the main maintenance barn, is that one right there, the red and white. Mr. Warner, there's two trucks that look like this. One is Dale's, and I don't recall if the other one's his as well, or there's two, I believe, gray ones like that.
Okay. And did you look inside of them?
We'll find out here in a second. Yes. This would be what I would call the granular fertilizer barn. On the left-hand side, there's several bays with what I expect to be different variations of grain. I'm sorry, not grain, fertilizer.
Okay. Do you recall during this search at what point in time that you told Dale Warner that the canine and the drones were coming out?
I do not.
Did you come out the opposite end? That
I
you
did. I
walked
did.
in? Okay.
This is the east end of that barn.
Okay. Okay, and what building are you going into now?
This is what I would call more of that second maintenance barn, where the motorhome will end up being in this building, if it's there on that day.
So throughout this video, it appears that the defendant's kind of walking you through the property to show you where things are, or is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right, and would this be normal for a consent search?
That's correct.
Okay, no. What part of the property are you heading toward now, if you can tell? Or wait until you can.
I believe we're going to be heading up towards the office area. As well as what I would call the chemical barn liquid.
Which, I want you to look at the map and identify which building you're referring to as the chemical barn.
I don't know, number 7. Which one?
Thank you. Yep, thank you. Which side of the chemical barn are you on at this point in time?
This would be the north side.
And if at this point you walked away to meet with other officers, do you know why you would do that?
To brief them.
Okay.
I would have transitioned myself from Mr. Warner to my supervisor, Lieutenant Reckner, for him to continue the
Okay,
search while
so-
I briefed the 2 officers.
Okay, so Lieutenant Reckner was walking around with you at this time?
Correct.
After you walked the property with the defendant, do you know what you did next?
What I did or what he did?
What you did?
I briefed the drone operator and the K-9. I believe K-9 arrived first. I think they were pretty close to come at the same time.
Okay, so did they get there at some point while you were walking through the property with the defendant?
Correct.
All right, and after you briefed them, what did you do?
I don't recall.
Did you formally interview the defendant that day? On the 27th?
Yes.
Okay, and was that after you walked through the property?
I felt like it was before, but I don't recall for sure.
After you interviewed the defendant, did you intend to run the dogs and the drones through the property on the 27th?
Yes, have them do their job, correct.
And did you do that on the 27th? During the day?
We started. The
And-
drone had just lifted up in the air and had just a short, brief time frame.
Okay. Did you have your body camera on still at this point?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to play Clay People's proposed 302, 303 body camera from 427.
I want my wife back.
Yeah, well, no, that's where I'm at. You want to get, yeah. And you're going to get in call now too, because everybody else is saying, I appreciate it, thank you.
Yeah, everybody's got to be asking you everything too, where.
Oh, that's it. Okay, yeah. But this is down here, and this guy right back here, which we just hid everything, but just the drone, to make sure she's not laying somewhere in the field right here. And then the one canine, so I don't want to be right here. What I was asking you before, I grew up on a farm, so I know the weather thing, it's all that. And I know getting shit in and all that stuff, the hunt stuff as well, but, you're doing great, I appreciate it all, I wanna keep it going.
Great, putting on a good show.
You know, no, I mean, you're doing great with us. Give me the right thing, yeah. And that's what, you know that's what I'm doing. Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at now, too. I have absolutely, that's why I asked you who you trust here. I have absolutely no problem with you doing all your stuff, I get that. Do you have a problem if we stay and continue doing what we're doing with the flying, the drone, and these other things? And that's what we're getting, that's what I want. Yeah. Right here. Askin? Alright. So he's been great. Everything's perfect. Did everything. We explained all that. He says, yeah, I want my wife back. Do what you gotta do. And then I was getting to the point right now where, these guys just showed up. Now he's like, shit. I got shit to do.
Well, if they're going.
And that's what I asked, and I get it. Let me explain it. That's my answer right now, but here's where we're at. If someone's gonna say something, first of all, the sooner the better, if she is playing somewhere, whether it's unconscious or whatever, that's still that potential. The second thing is someone's gonna come back, you got 4 that are not your children. That guy did something this way. If we come back tomorrow, they're say, oh, he just gave you 24 hours to do this or that. These guys, and that's as basic as that's going to be. You tell me don't go in the house, I won't go in the house. You tell me this, and that's why I asked you. Do you have someone here you trust? I'm the same way as you. I don't have a problem. You want to call Doug Hartog, say, hey, Hartog, have this guy's, whatever. You hang out with them, whatever. And I have to respect whatever you say, but I'm telling you, those are the things.
Walked around and looked at everything.
Yep, you did. I appreciate it.
The only reason that will take out the basically just like you want bridges and everything else. So if somebody's laying out there, that's all they're going to do is fly certain around it. Well, and I understand that, but just coming from my point of view, it takes 15 minutes for them to fly that, and with us, we're judging on due diligence. So if you could give us 20 minutes, and
Okay. Okay. No is no. You said okay tomorrow. If that's the case, but that's just the other part. You get this part too. These guys, they came out and now they got to go back and then come back again another day. Okay.
you guys would have told me this morning.
Yeah.
We could have told me at 6.
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. I appreciate it.
She left here.
Right. No, I appreciate it. We'll do exactly what you said.
All right.
Yep. Guys.
Did you leave? Did you pack up and leave?
We did.
Did you come back on April 27th, 2021?
Same day, correct?
Okay, do you know approximately what time it was?
Can I look at some notes or no? been 20:44 hours, which is 8:44 p.m.
What was the first thing you did when you arrived on the property?
Sorry, 4 years ago. I don't recall.
Understood. Who did you come out there with to the Warner property, if you recall?
I believe it would have been Detective Sharp. I'm not sure.
Okay. How many search warrants have you executed during the course of your employment?
No clue. A lot.
When you get to a residence that you're planning on searching, what's typically the first thing that you would do?
Make contact, attempt to make contact with persons at the residence, primarily owner.
Okay, and then what would you do?
Depends on what kind of search warrant. As a narcotics officer, so those are a little different than this incident. But secure it, go through, depending on the threat, if there's potential threats there. Make contact with everybody. Again, a narcotics one, you'd secure the people. This isn't really that, so we were not intending to secure by handcuffing or whatever.
Okay. Were you intending to secure the scene in any fashion on the 27th?
There's two options that are provided to the owner normally, and especially in this situation, you can leave if you want to, or if you stay, you can be detained while we search to secure the scene. In this situation, we're dealing with a potential missing person or not sure. I don't really treat them too much difference whether it's a missing person or a homicide, but he was cooperative, so he was not secured.
Okay. Do you recall if he was on the property when you arrived?
I don't even recall that.
All right.
My body cam would show.
Yep. We're playing People's Exhibit 214. Oh, right.
If I was only there once, I would recall better, but the fact that I've been there multiple times, I don't differentiate.
How many times do you think you were out there?
Not every time was a search, but approximately 10 times, maybe more than that. Approximately 12 times.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's 214.
Well, I went to visit my dad when I was talking to you, and my partner did type up a search warrant. We do have that. I'm standing here with both of your daughters at the front door. I'm sorry, side door. And I'll explain everything to you. We do. It is for the dogs, the drone thing. So basically, what we saw earlier. As of right now, we're not going in your house. We already went through there. So it's just a matter of the dogs is completely. Let's see. My recorder's going right now. It wasn't for a second. It's going right now, so the whole thing will be recorded. If you want to come home, you come home. You absolutely can. If you don't want to come home, you don't need to. As far as what we're going to do. Yeah, drone. That's exactly it. Yeah, the dogs. One dog is here already. The other dog is, I think, about 20 minutes out. I just wanted to tell you, obviously, that you're not here. Just like keep you updated. I'm not trying to hide anything from you, but if we come to the boss and say we come tomorrow, that in the event there's something suspicious or someone doing some bull crap activity, then how can we say anything? This will shut up the other side of the family. You get that? Well, no, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. You're 100% right. It will not shut up the other family, but at least I've done it. But I've done everything I can at that point. And you. Yep, and we will, there's paperwork on that, so we will drop, if you're home by then, it's going to take a little while, well over an hour, I'm sure. If you're home, I can give you the paperwork. If you're not home, I can leave it with your daughter, and that's it. If you got any questions, I'll have my phone on the whole time, so just give me a holler, okay? All right, thanks. Yep, bye.
Thank you.
Yep.
Who were you speaking to at that point?
Dale Warner on the phone, and the female's his daughter, Cam. She goes by Cammy, but I think it's probably Cameron.
Okay.
And then the other smaller one's Angelina.
And so it sounded like you called to let him know that you guys were getting ready to search the property?
Correct.
Okay. And would that be typical in a situation where you were searching somebody's residence?
Yes, for two reasons. I normally look across the T, dot an I. We have a search warrant, so we can do it, but I also normally do a consent search as well. It assists in case you find something else that you're not looking for, or if there was an issue with the search warrant, you could cover it.
Okay. And it sounds like you said you can come back to the property if you want. Is that also accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, so as part of securing the scene, what did that mean in this particular case?
It really wasn't, as far as secured, wasn't really secured.
Okay.
We didn't take any action. We didn't tape it off, or we didn't have them evacuate.
Okay. Were you told that the defendant was on the property at some point in time during the search?
I don't recall that. Here, I'm going to let the witness refresh his memory.
One of his sons is here, and gotcha. Kind of a black. His truck's pretty much like this one here. I think he's got a couple bits like this. Yeah, it's a black truck. Somebody dropped him off. Look like he has glasses, right? Yep. Yeah. Not to be confused with Dale Sharp right here. So. Yeah.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory about anybody telling you if the defendant was on the property at any point?
It doesn't refresh my memory, but it certainly occurred.
Your Honor, I move to strike because if it doesn't refresh his memory, then he can't articulate that it actually occurred.
Was this,
So I would agree with that. If his memory's not refreshed, he can't testify about it. And I would grant the request to strike.
okay,
Thank you.
your body cams that are recording, are those recording? Strike that. Do you recall having any information about anything being done on the property on April 27th, 2021 while you were there during the search?
Kind of be the same situation as what we just went through. I no then.
Okay. Did the defendant ever make contact with you on the property on April 27th, 2021? During the course of this search?
Okay, because earlier, clearly, we had done the walkthrough, and then, again, I'm sorry, I don't recall.
I'm going to refresh the witness again, Your Honor.
That does refresh my memory.
All right.
Mr. Warner did arrive.
Did you take note of the time that you made contact with him?
Was it 21:34? So 9:34? Correct. 9:34 p.m.
When you spoke to him at that time, do you know how he arrived on the property?
I don't recall. He had been driving his truck, but I don't recall how he arrived that time.
Okay.
If
Did you
was
see it when I just showed you the video?
I saw him walk up and it's dark. I didn't see it.
Okay. Oops. You don't know if it was a personal vehicle or a farming vehicle?
I don't.
On April 27th, 2021, during the course of this search, did you find anything?
Nothing of evidentiary value.
Did you come back on April 29th, 2021 to the Munger farm?
Sorry. I have to refresh my memory with my notes or report.
Report from the 29th.
I did it 3:08 p.m. It's like, kind of walked away a little quick, but I believe there's two numbers. Sorry, I believe there's two numbers there that normally indicates when I arrived and then when I left. It's something I have a tendency to do for search warrants, just let me know when I start and stop. But
Okay. At the time that you went back on the 29th, were you executing another search warrant, or did you just go there to talk to Dale Warner?
sorry, you walked away a little too quick for me to read what I had done on that day. Sorry. 4 years ago and a lot of contacts. Yes. A consent search, not a search warrant.
And on that day, do you remember calling the IT guy?
Yes, Kyle, I believe is his name.
Okay. As a result of that conversation, did you take something with you from the farm?
Very sorry, I don't recall. Some DNA, I believe.
From Kyle?
No.
Okay. I'm going to refresh your memory about what you got from Kyle.
Yeah. Copy of the surveillance video. Doesn't specify whether that was a thumb drive, but in the property section, it would specify whether it was a thumb drive or
Okay.
floppy disk or something. I believe probably a thumb drive.
Okay, so you got a copy of the surveillance video, and that would have been for the Munger farm?
Correct.
All right. What'd you do with the thumb drive or the download of the surveillance footage?
Normal protocol, what I would do is make a copy of it, which we call a work copy, and then the original would go in the evidence property room.
Okay. And did you watch any of it?
I watched some. I delegated video for the video to somebody else, I believe Kim, who was a bailiff here earlier.
Okay. Kim, what's her last name?
Straub or Bruckner. She got married at one point, so I'm not sure which it was, but she was on maternity light duty, and so she was in the office and delegated for her to
Okay.
watch the video.
All right.
And then, I'm sorry, to answer your question, yes, I did see some of the video.
Again, what were you looking for?
At this time, we're a couple days into it, so I looked at it for a few things. Obviously, Dee Warner, when the last time she was on the camera, Dale Warner, his activity, or anybody else coming on the property. Vehicles driving by was another issue, trying to see if somebody could have picked her up, as that was potentially rumored.
Did you notice anything that concerned you on the surveillance footage?
Not that concerned me.
During the course of the investigation, did you also check hospitals?
I did make phone calls, correct, and then Blue Cross Blue Shield as well, which was her medical insurance.
How long did you investigate this case? How long were you on this case?
At one point, it became a task force, so then it extended with that as well, with the state police and the FBI.
At least a year?
It sounds accurate with the task force part of it, correct?
Okay. During the course of your investigation, what did you do? What types of things did you do?
Numerous searches, any tips that we came up with. Spoke with Zach Bach early on, requested from him a copy of all the employees from every business, family members, at which point I delegated interviews to Deputy Hall of family members that I just didn't feel were necessary for me to interview, that he would be able to interview. Again, numerous search warrants as well as consent searches. Pretty much every time I'd get a consent search from Mr. Warner as well. Again, the Blue Cross Blue Shield, a collection of DNA. There's three different methods of collecting the DNA. One would be from the person themselves, whether it's an oral, buccal swab of the person. Clearly that was not available as Dee was not around for that. A second way to do it is to find or to obtain it from three family members. The three family members were Zach Bach, Greg Hardy, Zach Bach, which is her son, Greg Hardy, which is her brother, and Amber Million, who was her daughter. That's one way. So I collected that from all three of those. They consented. And then the second way was during a search warrant and a consent search, going through the residence in the master bathroom. Took her toothbrush, which I asked several family members which toothbrush was hers. There was a lot of toothbrushes in the bathroom. Another item, I believe, was a hairbrush, and another item, I believe, was a razor that shaved her legs or whatever. I believe those were three items. So, again, collecting DNA from different sources. I believe the items of DNA went to, I believe, the state police, and then the knowns from the three individuals, I believe, went to Quantico, the FBI. Yeah.
Did you also get dental records?
I did.
I have nothing further.
Good afternoon, Detective Greca.
Hello.
Mary Chartier, I represent Dale Warner, and I want to ask you some questions this afternoon. So, it sounds like you were the lead investigator on the case for well over a year. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that would have been roughly the end of April 2021. The task force was formed in roughly March of 2022. Does that sound right?
It does.
And then Michigan State Police took over the case on August 9th, 2022. Does that sound about right?
That sounds accurate.
Did you do any work on the case after that time? So once Michigan State Police take over, are you still involved at some level?
If a phone tip would come in, again, being the original agency, I would forward that to the state police. But as far as any active looking into it, no, the state police was adequate to handle it.
Were they communicating with you at all about the status of the case, or no, once they took over, you were out of the loop a little bit?
Not particularly. If they had a question, they'd ask me. But other than that, no.
When the task force was going on, it was Lenawee County Sheriff's Department, Michigan State Police, and then the FBI?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, when you were working on the case, it sounds like you spoke with Mr. Warner numerous times.
I did.
And he had another attorney, not anyone sitting at this table. He would let you speak with Mr. Warner even when he was not present, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Warner would chat with you in person?
And on the phone, correct.
And on the phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, he also gave you full access to his daughter, Lena, too, right?
Correct.
So even when he wasn't present, you would chat with her. I think at least on one occasion you went to school and had lunch with her, correct?
Correct.
He didn't try to prevent that access at all?
No, he kind of more offered it, so.
Now, we saw the video, and if you need to see it again, that's your body camera video where there's a tank on the property on April 27th, 2021, and you walked by it, correct?
Correct.
Was there anything about that tank that stood out to you when you walked by it?
I didn't even recall seeing the tank. I recall seeing other tanks, but they were like fuel. I think one regular gas, one road diesel, and then one off-road diesel. But as far as those tanks there, I didn't even recall seeing those.
Did you watch, so while you were investigating the case, did you go back and watch your body camera footage at all, or do you know if anyone else did?
It was trying to think if the video was sent to the FBI as well. I believe they would have received it as well. I watched some body camera. I don't recall watching that section right there. And then I had watched some drone video, but then again, it was delegated to Kimberly Bruckner Straub.
When you were working on the case, did anyone comment on that tank in the video and say something looks unusual about it?
They
He certainly has a recollection of his time being involved in the case from April 2021 to August of 2022. And while he might not have remembered seeing the tank, we can ask if he remembers someone talking to him about the tank. If he doesn't remember, he can say that.
Okay, but your statement, your question asked for whether someone made a statement, and so that would be your statement.
So I'm not asking what the particular statement is, but I can rephrase if the court.
That was built into your question.
Okay.
The particular statement was built into your question.
Okay, I'll rephrase. To see.
Okay.
Did anyone, while you were investigating or involved in the case, ask you any questions about that tank?
They did not.
Now, did anyone, while you were working on the case, ever discuss a welding theory with you?
No.
Do you have any experience working on a farm
I do.
or living on a farm?
I do.
And what is that?
Living on a farm, working on a farm.
Okay.
Grew up on one, so probably second grade, moved to a farm. And crops were your standard crops: corn, soybeans, wheat, and then we had a fair amount of the hay field.
Did you ever work with anhydrous ammonia?
I was younger, so in a sense, yes. My father would do it and drive tractor or whatever. But
were you familiar with the fact that anhydrous ammonia was on the Munger property?
yes,
How did that impact the investigation, if it did at all?
it did not.
Are you familiar with any hazards from anhydrous ammonia?
I am.
And what are those?
It's from both farming and my.
I'll continue on and ask him, but so what is your familiarity with anhydrous ammonia?
Two different means. One is through farming, and then the second is through the narcotics division. It was a substance that was precursor for making methamphetamine.
So how much in terms of, so how long did you work in narcotics?
3 years.
30 years? Okay.
Three.
Oh, 3 years. Okay, so 3 years. Did you get training in anhydrous ammonia?
In the manufacture of meth, which, yes, but as far as training in anhydrous on that aspect, no, just that it was a precursor for making it, and then the safety factors with it, but that also goes along with the farming itself, the knowledge of that.
So when you were in narcotics and you said sort of the training or the safety, were you told things to avoid or precautions to take?
Yes.
And what about with farming? So you said you grew up essentially from second grade. Did that stop at age 18 or did it continue on when you lived on a farm?
Probably to about, I think we started renting our property out, I believe. I'm not sure when it stopped, probably around 20 years old, and that's just an approximation.
So roughly from second grade to when you were 20 years old, and then the 3 years in narcotics.
Correct.
Your Honor, I believe that's a sufficient foundation to ask Detective Greca what precautions, if any, he's aware of with anhydrous ammonia.
Any objection at this point, Ms. Wise?
No objection.
Thank you. Detective Greca, what precautions, if any, are you aware of when dealing with anhydrous ammonia?
The tanks themselves will have what I probably call a PPE, personal protection equipment, kind of a square box on it, possibly as well as with water in it to rinse off in the event there's a hazard. Approaching it downwind if there is a leak, it's extremely toxic, poisonous. You'll know instantly, just takes your breath right out of you.
Does it have a smell?
Very strong.
Very strong. And if you get it on your skin, are you supposed to put that water on to try to wash it off?
Correct.
What happens if you get it on your skin?
I don't know.
Okay, but it sounds like it hasn't happened to you.
No, my lungs have been burned by going through it, but as far as on my skin, no.
Now, moving on to other work that you did when you were investigating the case, do you recall a family meeting with members of Ms. Warner's family, Mr. Warner's family, and some of his, and Mr. Warner himself on roughly March 9th, 2022?
I do.
And during that meeting, do you remember what law enforcement officers were present?
It would have been myself, Detective Drewier, I believe Detective Singleton, and then FBI Pat Guillahan. Sheriff was present for the beginning of the meeting.
In the meeting, was it at least in part to brief people about the status of the investigation?
It was.
And then at that meeting, were you also asking people if they would volunteer their phones?
I did.
And was that, for example, a consent download?
It was.
Had Mr. Warner prior to that given access to his electronic devices?
He did.
And so he'd given access to phones, iPads, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, at that meeting, did anything unusual happen?
Yes.
What was that?
Greg Hardy and I'll say Little Billy and his podcast individual, another partner of his, I believe, I don't recall his name offhand, but called us out in the hallway. Myself.
Object based on the hearsay.
At this point, I'm not asking for what anyone said. I'm just asking what happened. But if I may, so I am going to get in what was the content of the conversation, because I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I am offering it for, one, a plan that Mr. Hardy and Mr. Little had, but also it goes to what happens next with the investigation.
It is 100% hearsay, and I don't think it establishes anything that Detective Greco does next during the course of his investigation.
I do not know what the statement is, so I have no way of analyzing it right now. I'm going to have to ask the jury to step outside to the jury room so we can have some additional discussion outside. That we are talking about.
My understanding of what occurs is Mr. Hardy and Mr. Little want the detectives to pretend that Mr. Hardy is providing his telephone to be downloaded, but they don't really want them to download it. In part because, at least from my understanding, is he's communicating with an FBI agent about the case.
So I do not follow all of that. Can you say that once more?
Sure. So the meeting is there in part to ask people for a consent download of their device. Mr. Little and Mr. Hardy ask, I believe it's Detective Greco and Detective Drewier, to step out into the hallway. They want them to pretend that Mr. Hardy's going to turn over his phone. They want them to pretend that they are actually downloading the phone and then give it back to Mr. Hardy. But in reality, Mr. Hardy is not consenting to the download of his phone. It goes to the effect on the listener, it goes to credibility, and what happens next with Detective Greco.
All right, Ms. White.
What effect did it have on the listener in the case? I mean, how did it affect what he did? And I don't see how it's relevant to whether or not Mr. Warner killed his wife.
It's relevant to who's being investigated and what steps were or were not taken, who was or was not a suspect. Also, a command is not hearsay. Pretend to take the phone, but don't really download it, but pretend that you did download it.
All right, so to the extent that there were commands or requests for Detective Greco to do something, I agree those would not be statements that contain assertions, so they would not constitute hearsay. I also agree that they can be used, if they do contain assertions, that they can be used to show the effect on the listener, if any. And so I would overrule the hearsay objection.
Thank you.
You can bring it to your record.
Thank you. So Detective Greco, going back to that meeting, it sounds like you, Detective, now Lieutenant Drury, Billy Little, who you called Little Billy, Chris McDonough, who is his podcast partner, and then Greg Hardy, the five of you stepped out of the main meeting into maybe a hallway and had a conversation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And will you tell us what you were asked to do?
Greg Hardy wanted to present it as if he was consenting to his cell phone to be searched, which is what we were doing with all the family members of both sides. We had approximately 5 Michigan State Police phone analysis individuals in another room. We were going to brief the family, answer questions after we briefed them on what was going on, and have the phones being downloaded at the same time just out of efficiency. So at the end of the meeting, we'd be able to return their phones back to them.
So just so I understand, so Mr. Hardy wanted to pretend to give you and the other law enforcement officers his phone for a download. And so pretend he was consenting to the download, but not really have the download occur.
That's correct.
Is that something that you agreed to?
I did not.
Why not?
When dealing with an individual, such as this case, Mr. Warner, if they catch you in a lie, it can hurt you later on down the investigation. We can lie as law enforcement to individuals when we're talking to them. However, you lose face and it could harm his cooperation in the future.
So you indicated that that did not occur. You were not going to participate in that ruse.
That is correct.
Did you, or did you ultimately get to do the consent download of the phone that day?
Of Greg Hardy's?
Yes.
No, we did not.
Thank you. Now, when you were speaking with Ms. Wise about the searches that were conducted on the Munger Road property, you indicated that essentially it's standard to try to make contact with the homeowner unless it's some kind of unusual situation. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And so when you were on the property for the search warrant on April 27th, you already had officers there, we could see it in the background, but you were calling Mr. Warner to alert him that police were on the property.
Correct.
And that sounds like that's standard for what you would do.
Yes.
You also indicated that there's a strategic reason to ask for consent to search. So that way, if there's a problem with the search warrant, almost belt and suspenders, you've got the search warrant, but someone also consented to the search. Is that fair?
Correct, as well as if you found something that was not listed in the search warrant, you could seize it as well.
So that sort of rapport building or communication has a valid law enforcement purpose?
It does.
And so when you were communicating with Mr. Warner, you said you tried to be as candid as possible. Do you think that benefited you in terms of him continuing to speak to you?
I believe so.
No, I want to wrap up. To be clear, you received a subpoena to testify here today.
I did.
Did you want to testify in this trial?
Yes and no.
Okay, so explain that to us.
The yes part, just for the truth to be able to come out.
And what's the no part?
I'm retired. $1.50 an hour, I believe, is what I get paid to testify today.
When did you retire?
August 20th of 2024.
August 20th of 2024. Was that something that you had planned? It sounds like you'd been working for 30 plus years, or was that a bit of a surprise?
No, it was pre-planned. Our retirement's based on our best consecutive 4 years. That weekend was a race weekend, MIS. We make 4 days of overtime on that. It's big money, so it was pre-planned.
Now, once you retired, did you do any work at all on this case? Any sort of monitoring of it at all?
No.
I asked you a compound question, so I'll break it down. Did you do any sort of work on the case?
I recall one thing.
And what was that?
There's a lady that was writing me. Her name was Ruth Nortley. She just kept on writing me letters, kind of a pen pal type thing, but she was vested in it. She knew the family quite well. She was an older lady, farmer. She would also, when she would write me a letter, which was at least once a week, she would send me a letter that she had written to Dale Warner as well in a self-addressed envelope, so I could read that, and then she wanted me to forward it to Mr. Warner.
So did you continue to communicate with Ms. Nortley just because she was writing to you?
Yes, somewhat. But after the investigation, no. But then there was an incident that I wanted to get in writing from her that I felt was important before she passed. She was on hospice.
Did you ever get that incident in writing from her?
I did not. She had passed.
Who did the incident involve? If you remember.
Greg Hardy.
Object to hearsay. He's getting this information from Ruth Nortley or some Nortley who's writing him letters.
I didn't ask what the statement involved. I just wanted to know. He said he wanted to get a statement in writing.
You asked him who it involved.
Sure.
And I don't think we have a foundation for his knowledge of that yet. I suspect we know, and there may be an issue with it, but you can inquire about the foundational issue if you want, and then we can address whether or not it's yours.
Thank you. So did you interview Ms. Nortley?
I spoke to her.
And without getting into what she said, did she share information about various people?
She did.
And who were those people?
It was Dale Warner, Greg Hardy were the primary ones. Angelina.
And you wanted to get a statement from her about something that she had shared, again, without getting into the statement.
That's correct.
Of those three people, who was it about?
Greg Hardy.
Now, despite the fact that you're retired, living your life, you said getting $1.50 an hour is or is that it? I think as a witness, potentially?
Correct.
You got the subpoena and you're here in court testifying, correct?
I am.
And I know you had to have your memory refreshed a bit. When's the last time, you had access to your reports and body camera? Is that when you retired?
Prior to my retirement.
Prior to your retirement. So since you retired, it's not like you take your body cameras, your reports and things with you and study them at home.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you retired probably what, about a year and a half ago? Or even over that? So you said August of 2024?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
I believe you indicated that the defendant gave you full access to the minor child, Lena?
Yes.
Okay, and was it your understanding, based on the defendant's multiple statements, that she wasn't even home the last night that her mom was seen?
From him?
Correct.
The specific aspect of that, I'm going to say I don't recall.
Do you recall if Dale Warner told you if Angelina spent the night anywhere that night?
From him, I don't recall. I know the answer to that, but not from him.
Page 14 and 54.
You want me to read? Is there going to be additional questions, or is just what you asked?
Just what I
Okay. Yep.
Did Dale Warner tell you that Angelina was not even home the last night her mom was seen alive?
She was home but leaving.
So she was not there that night?
She was there but left.
On the night of the 24th?
I'm sorry. Can I just see that again?
Was it your understanding that Angelina was present in the home on the night of April 24th, 2021?
She had been present during the evening part, approximately 7 or 9 p.m., and then left with Amy Alexander.
For the night?
Correct.
Okay. As far as Greg Hardy not wanting you to look at his phone, did you know the reason why?
I did.
Okay, and why was that?
He stated that a federal law enforcement officer was providing him information that he would get in trouble for providing.
And was this information about his sister?
That's what I took it as.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Detective Greco, was it your understanding that Angelina, while she wasn't home that night, she lived in the house with Mr. and Ms. Warner, correct?
That's correct.
And was it also your understanding she would at least witness them interact? She would know what she observed of their relationship?
Correct.
And as it relates to Mr. Hardy indicating that a federal law enforcement officer was giving him information, what would be the problem with that from a law enforcement perspective, providing detailed information to a family member?
There was several. The information wasn't coming to not myself, law enforcement. It was going to a family member, and it appeared to be confidential information obtained, say, through illegal means.
And can that impede the investigation?
It can.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Nothing further.
We have several questions from jurors who would like to approach it. We can review it. Okay, it's my understanding that the parties agree that all but one question may be asked.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct.
Okay. Did Dale ever restrict you from going to certain areas during the consent searches?
The only restriction was the revoking of the consent search at one point, and then we came back with the search warrant. Other than that, nothing was off limits.
What did your first conversation with Zach consist of?
Confirming that he was on the bank account, making it legal for us to access the bank account from Zach on his mother's to see if she was using a credit card, getting gas or anything else. That was the first contact with Zach Bach.
When you put your body cam in the police car, was it because you wanted to talk to Jaron Warner off the record?
It was not.
In your interviews with Dale, did you ever notice any tears or emotion about his missing wife?
Tears, no. Emotion, yes.
All right, Ms. Wise, do you have any follow-up questions you want to ask on those issues?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Sure.
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. And may we excuse Detective Greco from his being at this point?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks for your offer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:30 at this point, so we're going to break for today. We will be back Monday morning. We'll start at 9 a.m., so I should be here shortly before then. Until then, during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that unfairly favors one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Thank you, and have a nice week. All right, and you can sit down, sorry. So that we have a record, I will read the question that was not asked. That was, when Dale asked you to leave the farm, did that seem unusual to you for someone missing their wife? Is there anything else we need to address on the record before we adjourn for the day?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we will be back then on Monday morning at 9 a.m.